There we go. Hello, hello. No timer. Wow. Okay, hang on. Let me. Go back to the group chat.
The sound. And I think they're actually bigger than the. Oh,
I,
oh.
I am back and I am live. Just heads up. People can now hear you.
Alrighty. Hello.
That.
Hello. Hello.
Well, that was perfect timing. I just went live.
Yes.
Let's go.
Same. Hello. Hello. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome to the world of Thear. I am your host, the Pigu Uwu. I am going to be your dungeon master today, your world crafter. All of the monsters, all of the terrors, all of the friendly NPCs that you will interact with are all done by me. I have built this world for you all to explore and discover together the histories of this world and all of the mysteries that it has to offer as well. And I'm very excited to have you all be here with us today. Without further ado, a quick introduction. Welcome into the world of Thear. That is spelled Thear. This world has been recently struck with a calamity. Happened approximately a little over 1,000 years ago or so. This calamity has left a massive scar on the Weave, which is the source of magic in Dungeons and Dragons. And this scar has caused a lot of very unpredictable and chaotic occurrences to happen quite often. But this world has always been known to be overly abundant and magical. In fact, every single person, every single humanoid born in this world has granted magical gifts, being automatically born with the feat Magic Initiate. So all of our players have this feat. All of the NPCs that they will interact with have this feat as well, and they will see how this also has helped construct the world. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the game today. I would like for my three players, Jin, Halmac, and Demovan, to go ahead and give us our first roll ever of the campaign and give me an initiative roll.
All right. 9.
15. 15. Demovan?
23.
23.
Oh my
Well, gee, I
God.
guess we know who's going to be first.
Hold up, I didn't add my +3 to initiative, so 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, okay, it doesn't change.
My modifier is
closer.
a +3.
It's
I just
closer.
got a nat 20.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
So we begin as we focus in on the small town known as Armguard. Let me go ahead and pull up that map. We
Hello, nerdy. Welcome
focus in now our attention in the little town of Armguard. And in fact, inside Armguard, where it's approximately mid-morning, maybe about 9 a.m., 10 a.m. or so. And our scene opens in a dusty small tavern room, located upstairs in the inn type section. And awakening, well, not really awakening from his bed, but more like picking himself up off of the floor, we are introduced to the character Demovan. Demovan, would you like to give us a brief description over your character, a little introduction to who you are playing?
Oh god, wow, way to put me on the spot. Thanks, Dice, I appreciate it. Dumbledore is just a small undead owl. He's a small undead owl who has basically no color.
Okay, let me get the map up for you guys.
He burb. I don't know how else to describe him. He burb.
Oh,
He's undead.
Yeah. It's kind of hard for him
Like-
to disguise it.
So, groaning and creaking as he stiffens himself up from his not so undead nap, it was quote unquote. Um, you trudge out of the room. The reason why you find yourself in this small town is because your contact had recently told you that you can get various gems and such like that
congrats.
working for the Adventurers Guild. And the closest town that you happened to be at when you received this type of information was Armguard. So, a little
I'm gonna fit
curious,
this in here.
you have come into, or you've come to this city in search of the Adventurers Guild, but about the time that you had first come in, the Adventurers Guild unfortunately was closed, but you were told that it would be open more around this time. So you pick yourself up from the inn and begin to head your way out of the tavern. Is there anything that you would like to do or interact with while you are on your heading on your way out?
No, not really. I'm just gonna go to where I can get the shiny pebbles.
All right. Well, shiny pebbles there definitely can be obtained. So you leave the inn area out into what you assume to be like the main street of this very small farm-like community. You can smell a little bit from the wind that's coming in from the morning. You smell a little bit of moisture and water coming as wind blows from the northwest down to the southeast, kind of where your location is, kind of signifying the lake that you know that you spotted when you first arrived in the city. Um, you where you are emerging from is you are facing towards the northern area, and you kind of get take a couple of glances around and you notice that the building that you're looking for is off towards the west, kind of lower down this main cobblestone street. One thing that you kind of notice while you're walking around is not a lot of people are out and about. You're not sure if maybe it's just because it's the time of the day, maybe people are just busy indoors or whatnot, but not a lot of people are out and about. Even like the fruit stands and such like that seem to be deserted and without any type of product out on the streets. So, kind of taking notes of that, you make your way down towards the Adventurers Guild. You kind of see the atypical sword and shield style sign hanging from beside the door as it
Me
kind
too.
of sways back and forth
Oh,
in the
hang on.
lazy morning breeze. Um, you kind of push the door in and step
I don't know
it
if, I the chat,
way
if my
inside
stream
of,
muted.
and give me 1 second. There we go. Make your way to the front desk where you actually see a blonde-haired human female sitting there. Looks to be not necessarily middle-aged, maybe a little bit younger than that. You're not really able to ascertain the atypical age. But as you walk in, she glances up at you and says, "Morning. How may I help you today?"
Oh yeah, he's gonna like cock his head to the side, like an owl would, and then just say, "Job."
Job?
Job.
Well, let me see here. She
One
takes
thing
a
I'm excited
moment.
for you
She
guys
opens up
to
a dresser drawer off to the
experience
side and kind of
is
thumbs through some
Pigu's
things.
voices.
Pulls out a small sheet and kind of reads over some things. And well, this here looks like it might be doing well. However, we'll probably be needing a few more and whatnot. So, hold on now. I did know that we're expecting a couple more at least. So, but maybe if you go ahead and just take a seat over yonder. She points over to a bench that's kind of beside the door where you're standing at. If you just take a seat right there, um, we'll go ahead and get this all set up when everybody else shows up. How's that?
He's just gonna quietly walk over to the bench and sit there and look straight at them, but through them.
Also, not me
Every
forgetting
now
to
and again, she
put
kind
in
of
all the
glances
maps.
over in your general direction, and goes, "Oh boy, that's a little unsettling." Jin,
Yes, sir.
you Having a really good morning so far. Having been with the person who has been taking care of you during your time here, within your stay at Armguard, and you're pretty much awakened to the smell of like cooking sausages and biscuits and various jams and whatnot, basically feeding you up and getting you ready for your big day. Because the day is the day. Well, you had been helped to get a job through your, we'll say, stewardess, the person who is helping to take care of you right now. Helped you to get a job at the local adventuring guild because you had expressed an interest in getting out and exploring the lands and becoming stronger and doing what you can to help make your family proud and such. So having a belly full of just wondrous
I don't know where to put
delights
this.
and a cheerful morning attitude, you walk out into the day to notice that it's a little bit brisker than it normally is. Demovin, of course, would not have been able to notice that there was actually a slight chill in the wind today, but
An idea. Hang
it's
on,
a
chat. 1 second.
little chilly to you. Like it feels almost
got an
like
idea.
an unnatural chill on the wind. It's in the middle of summer and the sun shining and not a cloud in the sky. It should be a lot brighter and warmer than what it is. But you just kind of shrug it off and head on your way because the birds are still chirping, the wind's still blowing, and the flowers are still blooming after all. So you head over or make your way down the main avenue towards the Adventuring Guild, and similar style to Demo Ven, you just kind of push your way on in. First thing you notice is there's an kind of an odd smell in the air.
My character's too tall.
It's not exactly like refuse per se, but almost like
There we go.
Fried chicken.
fried chicken. I was trying to think of like a way to describe like autumn leaves, like in a mulch, like kind of like dirty autumn leaves, like decayed autumn leaves, almost like it's kind of wet and dirty in a way.
Well,
But
there is a refuse bucket in the cell at the Adventures Guild.
well, that is in the way back.
There we
You're
go.
smelling this by the door, and as soon as you kind of look inside, you kind of notice why there is an owl-like person that's kind of sitting there, looks to be missing a few feathers, and as you kind of look at them and they kind of look up at you, you kind of notice after a while they're not breathing.
Oh,
You kind of slowly make your way to the desk because they're not really making a move against you or anything. And that's when Captain Treebolt, who you are actually already accustomed to, brightens up and smiles over at you and goes, "Oh, howdy there, Jen. How are you doing this fine morning?" And isn't that person over there just a little creepy?
Yes, I think so.
also, I'm pulling up
Muffin's
the
but
maps
must-
and
gonna
taking both
smile
of them up.
politely.
Musty is a good term for the autumn leaves.
Musty. Yeah, it's a good term.
That's oh my god, Cat Treats said that. But anyway,
Yeah.
I'm gonna kind of shimmy to the side of the desk, opposite of where Danmovin is, so I can kind of keep an corner of my eye on him. Yeah. I'm doing good. I'm here about that job that we had talked about. I was hoping you'd have an opening today.
Well, that's actually quite fun. Well, yes, there's quite a few openings for this. It's one of those types of jobs that's the more the merrier type thing. And it's actually quite a coinkydink that person over there that you're so put off by is actually kind of interested in the job as well. So it looks like y'all are going to be teaming up.
Oh no.
Okay. Could you repeat that but slower?
They're interested in the job as well. They are going to be teaming up with you.
Are you sure about this?
Like
Try
I
and
said,
talk
trust me,
politely,
it's
I
one of
swear.
those jobs where you want as many people as you can get.
I look over at Demovan and just kind of give him like a fake toothy grin and a little wave. Hi.
He is not paying attention at all. He's just gone back to looking at the wall.
Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, Mac.
Yes.
It for you, the morning
That's right, John, it's
has
one more
been rough and bumpy. You've been out on the road traveling for quite some time now, trying to make your way over to the town of Armgard. You actually tried to get a job through the Adventurers Guild in a different town known as Smithson. Smithson was the reason why you went there is because you were actually very much affiliated with Smithson, as it was a very large supplier of metal for the guild. Um,
Been there many
you,
times.
yeah. So you were very accustomed to Smithson. It was actually Smithson that you were at when. Never mind. So you definitely made your way towards Smithson, trying to get a semblance of direction, purpose, and information. But unfortunately, everything at Smithson was taken up. It was dry. Nothing was coming around. However, they did tell you about a job that they were coordinating with locally with a nearby town known as Armgard. You were then instructed to head there and see if you would be able to help them with the effort. In fact, they said they were going to send out some messages
Dad, thank you for the
to let them
sub.
know that
I have
to
alerts
expect you.
muted to not interrupt Piggy.
They gave you a couple of silver, enough pieces for you to be able to bribe off a localing travel person or a local merchant that was just traveling and such. But because of certain reasons, they were not willing to take the main roads and instead insisted upon taking lesser traveled trails and paths and sometimes even game trails through the local forest. This led for an extremely uncomfortable trip for Hallmack, who was traveling in the back of a cart the entire time. A cart that, mind you, was being driven by a mule. It was very slow. It was very bumpy. He didn't get much sleep last night, but being a dwarf and being hardy, you got enough. So,
Yeah, this is what happens when you sleep on stone beds for a living.
yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
A little bit of comfort
So,
with the mattress, but it's still stone.
so when the bumpy trail or the bumpy cart finally wrenched itself to a stop, you find yourself just ultimately relieved to be out of it. The local farmer, merchant, whatever, he didn't even really catch his name, kind of just gives you a little head nod and "Hyah!" on the mule, and they start on their way. You kind of take a moment and look around to see what there is to see, expecting something. Not really sure what you were expecting, but you were expecting a little bit more in this. It looks like two, maybe three rows of buildings, a couple of houses here and there, a couple shacks, I mean, and a little bit of farmland off to the northwest, with a little lake over there too. And
Which road? Which road
well,
did
as you
I
kind of
come from again? Out of curiosity, so I can get an idea of where I'm at on the map, so I can kind of take into my surroundings.
You are like you see the road that's kind of going out of the bottom right corner there of the
Yeah.
map. You were
Yeah.
kind of dropped off there.
Ah, okay. Just have
The
to
car
work it.
as it was pulling away kind of just
Oh,
did a
on this map.
U-turn there on the road and just went back towards into the forest.
I see.
Um so yeah, you can just kind of take a moment, breathe in the fresh air, and that's when you kind of notice that the air here is mighty cold. You take a moment, like you even lick your finger and pump it up in the air, and yeah, sure enough, it's frigid, almost like there's a snow or something coming. You don't know. It's weird because you don't see a cloud in the sky. The sky itself is bright and sunny. I mean, there's flowers blossoming. It's the middle of summer. Really, no reason why it should be this cold.
Odd.
Yeah, but you just kind of shrug it off. Maybe it's just something with the water. Maybe you're just feeling mist or something. Maybe it's just a morning chill. So you just kind of shrug it off and walk towards the stretch of buildings that you can see. That's when you kind of take a moment and look around and kind of take in the sights of what there is to see. You notice that there's a couple of like produce carts and such that seem to be set up. Things for like you would expect to be selling things like breads or fruits and vegetables, maybe some dried meats and things of that nature. But the carts are sitting out there. They're empty, completely empty. Nobody running them, which is odd because it's almost midday. It's still morning ish, but it's starting to approach mid-noon. You'd expect there to be at least some commerce or people walking around doing something, but no, streets are empty. You notice a
Quiet.
few signs hanging on some buildings. You see an unnamed apothecary and or alchemical supply shop. You see what appears to be a bright red building that has a colorful sign painted on the outside that reads Ruby's Rubik's. Further on down the street, you see a bigger sign, a bigger building that reads the Rusted Dagger Tavern and Inn. And further on down on the opposite end of the street, in a much smaller building, but with a little signpost hung up outside, or I'm sorry, excuse me, one hanging up by the doors, what I was saying earlier. You see the familiar sword and shield logo of the Adventurers Guild, and on it you read, you can kind of notice that it says the Arm Guard branch as you kind of head down over into that general direction.
That must be the place.
But is there anywhere that you would like to stop beforehand, or do you just want to head straight there?
I'll stop at the nearest weapon store. I forgot to pick up an axe on my way out the door.
Give me a perception check.
All right, that is a D20 plus my.
Which would be your perception, which is in the skills
Also,
list.
props to Wolf, my dad. He made all of the
plus
maps
3,
except for the world map, which here I'll pop up real quick before I forget again.
19, 20, 21.
21. All right. Yeah, easy enough. You kind of take a moment and glance around, and while you don't see anything that immediately pops out as a weapon shop, there's something that kind of pops out on the Ruby's Rubik's sign that maybe kind of gives you a little bit of hope. And because all around her sign, there's a whole bunch of depictions of various odds and ends, potion bottles, chairs, plates, forks, silverware, various like beads, pearls, necklaces, even weapons. And that's what kind of gives you hope. You see what looks like a sword and a shield and an axe kind of like piled on top of each other in a corner. So that kind of gives you a little bit of hope. Maybe you may be able to find something there.
After the rough day, I just kind of just get a small grin and I just start heading in that direction.
All right. Bardic, real quick. Bardic, congratulations on the 3rd. Thank you for the stretch. And everybody go ahead and take a moment and drink some water real quick. We're all going to be hydrated. Drink water, nerds.
All right.
Good thing I just refilled my bottle.
I
There you
literally
go.
just, I literally just spilt it. I literally just spilt it on my desk. I'm so glad. Oh, I spilled on my character sheet too. Oh, damn it.
Oh, no.
Well, at least it was just
No.
water. Hopefully it was just water.
It's
Helmut's
just
dead.
water.
Okay,
It's
good.
water.
Helmut's dead.
No, it's just a slightly wet. I had some water spill on my chainmail as I was just as I was in the cart. Let's just say
Hallback.
bumpy roads are not really.
It's run off from the beer. That's what it is.
Hallback.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hi.
Hallback. As you reach for the doorknob of Ruby's Rubik's, a single drop of water lands on your hand. And it doesn't. You don't know why, but it sends a chill down your spine.
Okay.
Because of the character sheet.
I love it. I love it.
I'm trying to figure out a good way of displaying all the information
All right,
on stream.
so yeah,
It's difficult.
You go and test the doorknob, but oddly enough, it doesn't open. Seems like maybe the shop might be closed for now.
Oh well. Maybe I'll come back later.
You hear something on the inside a moment, like you hear like a shuffling and then like a crashing noise, and then you hear a "Come back later. We'll close that now. Come back later."
Okay. By all means. Stubborn townsfolk. Okay. I start walking down to what is it? The guild office. The name of it that escapes
The
me.
Adventurers Guild, yes.
The Adventurers Guild. I just start walking down to the down
Okay.
there.
All right.
With my
Yeah. So
with my left hand, I has my shield on it, just sort of gripping my sword as as like Aragorn would when
Mhm.
walking. That's kind of just how I do. It's how I walk around. Just keep my left hand just on my sword and scabbard.
Okay.
I'm trying to get the dice. There it
Bit
goes.
of a nice,
I totally forgot to
beautiful
put
walk.
this ambience up. My bad. One moment. Oh yeah, so for those of you that are in the Discord as well, we got the I'm playing the ambience that I posted before, and I'm also got this ambience going on over it as well. If you want the same vibe
I
going on.
I have it running in the background. I'm
Okay.
all good. It's actually helping me kind of get in the mood of it too. So, well,
Yeah.
good choice. Good choice, DM.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so yeah, upon entering into the office of the Adventurers Guild, um, you first take notice of. At first, you thought it was like maybe a decorative plant or something. Like sometimes you have like plants that are growing inside. You thought maybe this was a bush or something by the door, but upon closer inspection, you realize that it's not really a bush. It's actually a bundle of feathers. And then it like kind of slowly cocks its head and looks over at you, and you notice it's actually like an owl. And it, for some reason, it smells kind of musty.
Oh no.
No, we're just not going to pay attention to how his eyes are glowing or anything. It's just that he smells like a fucking bush.
Oh yeah. Oh, I kind of forgot about that. You didn't say anything about that in the description. You just said he's kind of colorless.
I didn't even
I
give a
told you to
description of
describe your
myself.
character,
I
nerd.
did. I
Uh,
did totally skip out on that. That's my bad.
His eyes are glowing, y'all. So that's not creepy either.
Well, he also did kind
Not
of take
one
over for
bit.
me, so I'm just gonna describe my character a bit as I kind of I'm just kind of covered in chainmail, got with a sword on my hip, shield on my mounted to my back along with my crossbow that's mounted on my backpack. It's just I'm just kind of on my outward appearance just looks like someone who's really ready for a fight, or someone who's just kind of looking like they've seen some things.
Mm-hmm.
With the little scar across my left eye, and that's kind of the best way I can describe myself.
Yeah, that's my bad. I actually forgot to do that for you, and I also forgot to do that for Jin as well. So, Jin, if you want to go ahead and give a brief description over your character as well, please.
Okay, I wasn't gonna say anything. I wasn't gonna bring it up.
That's bad
But
on me. I'm a bad DM.
oh
Bad DM.
please,
Bad.
oh please, we're just all so excited.
Yeah.
Um, Jin, he would be considered tall for a halfling at right around 3 inches, maybe less. He likes to say 3 inches. I mean 3 feet. He likes to say he's 3 foot, but nobody's ever actually been able to take a measure stick to him. He looks very much out of place,
Looks out
but
of
he is
place.
glad that he's wearing his leather cloak on this oddly chilly day. But the cloak is something that he wears snug around him all the time. He's wearing light leather armor, no visible weapons on him, though he does have them a little bit hidden. His eyes are always darting around, keeping an eye on things around him. Almost to some, he may look a little paranoid, but he just likes to know what's going around him all the time. So he does have it has small pointed elvish looking ears, Asian features. That's his best description, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much. And yeah, as Holmac, as you enter into the Adventurers Guild, you do notice Demoven sitting there. This weird kind kind of off-putting, but you can't really place it why. Owl that's kind of got these glowing eyes, just kind of looking up at you silently, almost blankly. Not really like he sees you, but he doesn't really see you. Almost like he's looking through you. But you kind of take a moment and scan and look around. You see a long blonde haired woman who's got it like bound up in a braid tightly, going down in a single long braid down her back. Um, you know, little bit younger than middle aged human female sitting behind the desk, kind of smiling up at you. Got a couple of papers out on the desk, and you also see this kind of almost tall ish looking halfling kind of person in a leather cloak, kind of standing next to her, kind of talking a little bit chit chatty, but also kind of looking over at the owl, a little creeped out, a little flushed and pale in the head, face a little bit.
I let loose a bit my just because of the owl who's slightly off-putting everybody else. Even though I'm not really too much concerned, but I do notice like the glowing eye. It's a little glowing eyes looking through me. I I tense up a bit, but also I just kind of take my hand off my left side of the sword as if I need to draw it real quickly. just to always on the side of precaution.
I have said nothing but job and smiled. You people are terrible.
I have never heard you say anything. I just walked in the door.
That's gonna
Then
But-
be...
Jin's gonna be shy of anyone new anyway. So
Demovan, I also.
I mean,
I'm sorry,
glowing
go ahead.
eyes are kind of a yeah. He
Either
did
way.
wave at you.
Demovan, also kind of the reason why I'm having them react in this way is your background.
I know
Fair.
nothing of your background.
Either way, I just go up to the desk. Take a look around the room. I noticed Jin sitting apart from on the left side of the room, opposite side of Dovin. I just kind of just take a moment and I just walk up to the desk and ask the lady, "Is this the Adventurers Guild? Is this?"
Oh, wow, yes, it is. Welcome on in. Are you she takes a moment and looks over looks over at some sticky notes that are kind of like plastered over on the side of her desk, kind of thumbs through a couple, and are you Hillmark Fire Force?
Yes, that'll be me.
Hillmark. All
Hillmark.
right, gotcha. How are you doing today, Hillmark?
One correction is Hallmark. Excuse me.
Hallmark. Oh, my apologies. Sometimes, with them casting that message spell, sometimes it comes in a little fuzzy. I didn't quite catch the name. I just had to kind of guesstimate. Thank you so much. But it's such a pleasure to have you here. Welcome on in. So we also got a couple of people that are interested in this job as well. I understand that you came from Smith's End, correct? And you are here to kind of help out with the situation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Good. Okay, let me see here. These two fine gentlemen. Well, she kind of looks over at the owl. And, I do apologize. I didn't quite catch your name there, sir or madam. Um,
He's just gonna stare.
Not
I
a
don't know what to
single
call
brain cell.
you. So we're just gonna call you Mr. Owl for now. All right, now Mr. Owl and Jen here are also gonna be accompanying you. But before we get into much more of the introductions and such, let me go ahead and give y'all a brief rundown as to what y'all are gonna be doing.
While she's beginning to talk, I take off my helmet and I just look at Jin, open up my hand for a good handshake.
Oh.
Oh, you're a tall one. He holds his hand out for you.
For context, we're all
And
like
that's
His hand's
3
a
feet
lot
tall,
smaller than yours.
except for
Hallmark.
Hallmark.
That is
Hallmark is 4
officially
foot.
the first time anybody has ever said that to you in your entire life.
I'll take that as a
Ginger.
compliment.
We are now shifting gears as the perspective shifts away entirely from this entire city, this entire town, entire continent, entire world. We whisk away now to a completely different realm. Ginger,
Mhm.
You have been running for what feels like days. They've been pursuing you non-stop. A few days ago, they hit your eye, and it's been hurting lately more and more. You're afraid there might be an infection or something worse going on. Your vision's starting to blur. And what's worse, he won't shut the fuck up. He's been laughing, mocking you the entire time, and it's driving you nuts. But you can't even stop to sleep because every time you think that you may have lost them, they give themselves away. You find them just to be within pursuit, sometimes 1,000 meters away, sometimes a mile away, sometimes even closer. There was a time you had to hide in a closet that you came across, and they were mere feet away, and you thought the sound of your heart was going to give you away. Luckily, they didn't see you. Until now. And now you're surrounded. You're trying desperately to catch your breath, raising your hands, glaring at all of them, cursing and spitting at them, telling them you'll never go back. And that's when they throw the net. Luckily, the net falls to the ground, and they all look in awe as their prey, their quandary, the thing that they've been pursuing for weeks, just disappears, slips right through the ground, almost as if they fell into a hole that just wasn't even there. Almost like they just no-clipped out of reality. Ginger, that's when you start falling.
Oh, God.
And falling into what you have no idea. You've never known a terror like this before. You start falling and twisting and turning head over heel, growling or screaming. You're trying to best you can to bolster yourself. You spread your arms and your legs out. You know, the squirrel part of your brain taking over. You twisted your tail around and around. You try to level yourself, but it just doesn't work. It's almost like there's no air. There's nothing to rush past. There's nothing for you to catch. You're just falling. You see all of these weird images and swirls of color and light just flying past you. Sounds and screams of 1,000 different realities just seem to crescend and fall upon your ears. And just when you think you're about to go completely mad, that's when you smash right into a desk. And all three of you, Jin, Demovin, and Hallmack, and Captain Treebolt there, all watch as this seemingly large cat-like person just falls right on the desk and yowls and scrambles all over the place. Papers go flying everywhere. The desk gets shredded up to tatters as the nails just start clawing everything, ruining the fine tarnish on it. You kind of hear Treebolt kind of exclaim out in surprise and just kind of go, "Oh, get off the desk, you're ruining it, you're scratching it, what's going on here?"
I grip my sword and draw my sword because I have no idea what to do. So I'm full on fight or flight defense, and I literally pull out my shield and sword and just put my shield in front of me as I'm literally standing right in front of Jin with my shield facing outwards because I'm like, okay, what the hell just happened?
Jin does a leap backwards, screaming like a little girl.
What does Demovin do?
Nothing. This means nothing to him. He's just waiting for a job.
Job?
Cat.
At most, he's like, "That's pretty neat."
Why is that cat wearing clothes?
Where the fuck am I?
I mean,
And
I'm
it
a bird.
talks.
I've been around animal people all my life. This is just another animal person.
Well, the thing is, like, tabaxis are in this world, you know, and you know,
True.
you're definitely used to seeing tabaxis, but tabaxis have a lot more humanoid-esque features to them than this individual does.
Yeah, and
For
most
one, this
owlins have
individual's
more
on
brain
4
cells.
legs. Yeah, this individual is not bipedal. At least not that you can tell. They're walking around on 4 legs.
This means nothing to
They're
him.
just kind of like perched up on the desk, shoulders kind of thrown back a bit, fur just floofed the fuck up. But one thing, Hallmack and Jin, you two go ahead and give me perception checks real quick.
11.
And Ginger, give me a reminder real quick. Which eye is it?
The one with the black tear duct. So
Left
his
or right?
his right.
So it looks
yeah,
like the right.
Yeah.
His right.
I
Okay.
got a 14, so 11 plus 3.
Okay. Jin?
23.
23.
Goddamn.
Hallmack, you don't really notice this because you're just kind of like more focused on like asserting whether or not this person is a threat.
Friend or foe.
Excuse me. But Jin, you definitely notice that this individual's right eye is badly damaged. You don't know if maybe they caught a sword or something, but there's like a perfect gash in the actual retina itself, and it looks cloudy and kind of miscolored. Definitely some damage going on in the eye.
Oh no, he's hurt. But calm down. Calm down.
What the fuck are you? Where's your fur?
Jin takes both of his index fingers and points to the top of his head.
I
There?
just,
Yeah,
I
no
as, the,
shit. Oh yeah, go ahead.
as Ginger says that, I just kind of tilt my head. I'm like, excuse me, like interesting response.
He watches Jen does that. It's like, yeah, no shit. Where's the rest?
Kind of points to his lap.
Oh god.
Very sheepishly. Like, I don't know.
One of the furless
This is an
creatures,
adult channel,
Ginger,
correct?
kind of approaches on your right hand side. This one seems to be female and has what appears to be yellow colored fur sprouting out the top of its head, and she has her hands kind of outwards towards you, palms kind of facing towards you, and she's kind of motioning in a slow downward motion, almost kind of shush shush, it's okay. She seems like she's kind of trying to consult you and try to tell you that everything is okay, that you're not in danger here. But you also notice that her hand is starting to glow green. And as she's shushing you, she says, I want to try and help you. I see you're hurt there. Will you let me help you?
He's gonna try to swipe at her.
He's gonna what?
Try to swipe at her.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Where's my thing? 20, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. 13. Do I add anything to that?
Well, if for rogue, you would be doing. Are you doing with your hand?
Yeah.
Then it would be strength.
Okay, so yeah, just a 13.
Okay, 13. As you go to swipe at her, she kind of like stands back a bit, and the green in her hand shifts to a purple, and she reaches she takes her left hand and actually pushes it into that color and then thrusts it towards you.
Oh.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom?
Oh wait, no, actually, hold on. I'm misremembering. Hold on. What's your maximum HP?
My maximum? 9.
9. Okay. Well, you did take damage from that. Your eye is damaged right now, so you're technically gonna say you're have 3 damage. So you're at 6 HP right now.
Mhm.
Doesn't really matter for what she's doing. Okay. One.
As I'm still sitting here with my sword drawn and noticing at the swipe, do I do it? Am I? Is there? I'm kind of having an inkling that this person's not friendly. Do I do any? I'm not sure if I should decide to jump in yet.
So hello, Noman. Welcome in if you're still here.
Yeah,
Welcome in.
she easily puts you to sleep.
Oh god damn it! No.
Yeah, she casts sleep on you, and you immediately just fall right to sleep. And considering how exhausted you are, there's a part in your brain that goes, "Thank God," as you fall into a slumber deeper than you have ever known.
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't know that. that much
That's when you
deep
have
sleep.
this very odd, obscure dream. You remember back when you were a wee little one, and you actually were able to get a hold of like old comic books and such. There's one that always fascinated you, and as your brain now brings this memory up into your mind, you can't help but chuckle at the irony of it, as you remember this comic book was a story about a boy who woke up in a completely different world.
Ironic.
So, Hallmac, to answer your question, this person is not a threat.
Please now.
Okay, as I see that basically that he's fallen asleep, I literally just put I put my sword back in the sheath and I just basically just relax a bit. And put my,
I will
He's having
say
an
this,
EP time.
Hallmac, since you were the entire time that you were like ascertaining them or whether or not they were a threat or not, go ahead and give me an insight check.
okay, that's a D20
And that's going to be one of your skills.
yes, it is. I believe it's a plus +3 too. Oh boy. 6 and I'll say 9. 6 plus 3.
Okay. While you're not entirely certain behind the motives as to why this person was doing what they were doing, you can tell they were definitely under duress. Like, you all kind of were. This person literally just fell from the ceiling and landed on the table and just started causing chaos. But you don't
Yeah.
see anything like this. This person isn't wearing armor. They're not carrying any weapons that you can see. They have this bag on their side, but that's about it. This person looks more like a creature than anything. In fact, you wouldn't have even thought that it was a person until it actually started speaking.
Hmm.
Just like yes, you're an owl, Demovan, but yeah, you're also still a humanoid. Like, you still have humanoid features. You have arms. You have like fingers and
Also,
such.
I've also had acquaintance with dwarves, orcs, goblins, and halflings, and humans. So it's not like it's like not completely out of the ordinary. And of course, Dovin over behind me. It's like, okay, it's not the worst. It's not the craziest thing I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I'm not saying he wouldn't have noticed. I'm just saying he doesn't care.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
not saying that you're. I'm just basically saying after all the things I've seen in my own like what 130 years of or no 100 years of
That's
life.
what my
It's not
character
the
looks like, by the
craziest
way.
thing I've seen in my time.
I'll tell y'all something. As Treebolt says, she walks over to the creature. I've never seen nothing like this before. This is insane. I mean, they look kind of like a tabaxi person, but they're not. They got like these fox-like ears, and look at that bushy tail. It kind of looks like a squirrel. What in the hell?
Thick.
Like, they got this is some oddity type thing right here. I don't know what this is, but
Kiwi.
I ain't never
Also,
seen
hello,
nothing
Ace.
like this in
Welcome in.
our world before. This is wild. But one thing I know for sure is I can't let her be like this. So I can't let him be like this. I'm sorry. That's when she the green glowing returns to her hand again, and she puts her hand on the face of this sleeping individual and casts cure wounds. Let's see.
Can I
Yeah,
do
easy enough.
Can I do
Um,
some sort of check to see if Jin may have a little bit of knowledge about who or what he is?
You can certainly try. You can give me a history check or a nature check. And Ginger, you don't have any
Sure, it
damage.
wouldn't be an insight.
What
Oh
insight
yeah, insight is
Just to-
to
I
like
know, I
yes and
know.
no.
Read
But I'm
situations
really
and people.
good at
Yeah, like,
insight.
the map's like over here. I'm just working on something else.
Insight's
I
You
can't
said
just
situations and
nature
people.
or
sit
what?
down. I have to fidget,
nature or history?
and so
Okay.
I'm working on a map in the
They're the same
background.
anyway.
But no, this is normal D&D.
Yeah, no. I got a 6.
You have no fucking clue.
No idea.
You have no clue.
It looked like a cat.
It looks like a cat, squirrel, fox.
I'm more and I'm actually really interested in what he's wearing.
Yeah,
Because it
describe your
looks
character
very
for us,
odd.
Ginger.
Yeah. So look at he just looks like you took a cat and like stretched him like double his size, and then looking at his paws, it almost looked like whatever he is, the dew claws kind of evolved to be like thumbs. And he has a leather jacket on, and underneath it has like this really thin hoodie, and you can kind of tell that there's something underneath it, but not quite to figure out what it is. And then the bag he has kind of wraps, almost looks like a saddlebag, but not quite. Like it wraps around his middle, but then also around his front, almost as if like even if he stood up, that it wouldn't fall.
Interesting. I'm just kind of scanning Ginger up and down, even though I have no idea who this person's name is. I'm just kind of scanning him up and down, just observing.
Oh, and
Uh,
also one thing I did forget to mention is he does have the 2 scars on his cheek and then on his tail, but it almost looks as if where the scar on his tail is, it looks like the tail that goes past that is like completely limp, almost as if it had like no bone in it or anything. And also, weirdly enough, his tear ducts are actually, instead of like the normal flesh tone you would expect them to be, it almost looks like he was wearing eyeliner or somebody painted his water lines.
I just
Okay.
relax. I just simply just relax and just pick up my helmet off the floor as I again I took it off to formally introduce myself to Jim before this catastrophe happens. Pun intended.
Lord.
Catastrophe.
Lord
Hold
Kiwi.
on, a bit for that. Y'all aren't gonna hear it from my stream, Will. There it is. Alrighty. So, after she gets done healing the wound on the eye, Captain Treebolt does kind of look over at y'all and go, "What do y'all think we should do?" Because she kind of thumbs to the backhand corner and kind of motions over to the back end where there is actually a cell. And y'all kind of notice that on the inside of the cell there is a skeleton.
You want to put the map up?
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Which one?
That's my apologies.
Hey, can I roll insight? Actually, I just want to understand if they belong to our plane of existence at all.
That would actually, I think, be more Arcana. But yeah, you can do that.
I was saying more insight because they look like nothing that's ever been in this world before.
Insight is more of judging a person's motives through their actions and demeanor.
Reading situations and people is what insight does.
Yeah.
I know that much.
This would be more of like, ascertaining it would either be nature or arcana. Or history as well. I would allow that one as well. Just because like,
what about investigation purely based on the fact that they're closed? They're just that weird.
I'll allow investigation. I'll allow that.
Doesn't really matter. I have a 2 in all of those.
Someone in my chat just said, imagine asking it, can I roll to scan
14.
the cat?
Can I roll to scan? You got 14, you said?
Yeah.
So as you take a moment to kind of take a look over the clothes and like the bag and such like that, you can definitely tell that these clothes are nothing like what you've ever seen before. Like the clothes in this land are manufactured by hand.
Hold on, you think
Like they're
maybe.
the leathers are tanned and stretched and woven together. iron plates are hammered by hand, things are sewn by hand. And these materials, even though this is completely alien to your brain, they seem synthetic. They don't seem like they were
Oh
made
god.
by a person. Almost like some person was able to weave together very thin bits of fabric using magic or something. Of course, the whole entire idea of a machine would be foreign to you, and like in the concept of like manufacturing clothes. Like obviously there's constructs and things like that, but they're driven
Nothing on
through
this scale.
arcane motors and such like that. But yeah, nothing like on this scale. Like the clothes are very small bits of interwoven fabric that the likes of which you've never really seen before.
Well, as
That's what has Jin really perplexed, is like the
I'm-
clothing and this odd bag that he has.
I'm
Can I
just
search his
going
bag?
to. You're gonna. Okay.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna say anything yet. I'm just gonna let that happen.
I do
I
right
mean-
now.
I mean, I'm listening to what I forgot what the character's name in the other woman that's in the building with us.
Captain Treebolt.
Captain Treble. I basically nod at her as she was basically pointing over to the cell. I'm like, yeah, let's put this thing in the cell. I don't know anything about it, but yeah, why not? Put it in there, or just
Yeah,
like,
well-
yeah. I just give her a nod, like, mm-hmm.
Check
It's
it for
a-
weapons and see what's in that bag first.
Oh yeah, and Pigu, I sent you a message.
On Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see 1 second.
PMs or DMs, either one.
I mean, we can still put Ginger in the cell, but like Jin just takes off the
Yeah.
backpack.
So Jin, as you begin to kind of go over like the clothes and such like that, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh god. Okay. 18.
18. Ginger,
Mhm.
go ahead and hold on. Let me see something real quick, actually. Ba-ba-ba. Sorry, I got to look up something. Where is it?
Please not.
Hello?
Oh, no worries. He wouldn't.
How does alphabet work?
Yes.
There it is.
Yes, that's good. Best answer you can get could have given.
Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. No, that it's not a dexterity saving throw. That's my bad. Actually, Jin, what's your armor class?
Oh shit. 11.
Oh, yeah,
that sounds
easy
like a lot
enough.
of dice.
So as you reach out to, oh god.
Oh no.
Yeah, so as you begin to kind of like search over the clothes and such like that, there's this odd device that you're unfamiliar with that you kind of it kind of looks like an elongated mace or like a really thin mace with like a round bulb at the end. You reach out and touch that bulb, and a shock of electricity surges out of it and into your hand, shocking you for 7 points of electricity damage.
7? God damn.
Oh shit. So Jin's body goes rigid. He's like,
You fall over and you make that wooden plank sound.
There's the device that was slightly humming before stops humming.
I have 1 hit point.
Oh god.
Jesus.
Oh no.
I guess as Jin is just falling on the floor, I literally go over to him and be like, and I'm like, "Are you okay?"
Okay. He almost went down, almost got knocked down by an unconscious character.
This party's doing great.
I mean-
so As you start tending to Jin, Treebo is like, I seen enough. She picks up Ginger while Ginger is still steadily sleeping and carries him over into the cell. Puts him down gently onto the little bench on the wall, not with the skeleton, but on the other side.
Aw.
And closes up the cell door and locks it and hangs the key on her belt.
No.
That's when she looks over at y'all and says, I had to do that real quick and in a hurry because that spell's only going to last for another minute. But she walks over to you, Jen, and says, now don't worry. It's okay. I'm a Cureborn. I'm going to be able to take care of you. You'll be all right.
He just squeaks.
Anybody wants to
Yeah, I was gonna say, Demovan just perks up a little bit and says, "I will help," and then he casts Mage Hand to pick up the bag, so it's not near anybody.
all right, so the bag is still on Ginger's like waist. Are you wanting to do the Mage Hand to like undo the bag and kind of like carry it out of the cell? Okay, yeah, easy enough. You all watch as this spectral hand kind of materializes inside the cell, kind of loops the bag up and over Ginger's shoulders and kind of carries it through the bars and sets it down by the desk that's in front of the cell before just dissipating.
And then he's just gonna say, "We should not touch what does not belong here."
I look over to Dove and I'm like, agreed.
Jin, you are cured for 8 points by a tree bolt.
Okay, thank you. That's my whole hit points is 8.
That might have painful. Hold the shit. Be careful now.
Is my hair smoking? And he starts patting the top of his head.
It's a little bit frizzy.
Yes, it is.
He's very vain about his hair.
I guess as Jin is just, I pull out my hand just basically as to help Jin up, just to basically grip hand on the hand, or on that part of your body just before your hand. I just try to grip you to help pull you up to your feet.
As that's happening, Ginger, you hear him tell you, wake the fuck up, stop being lazy. And you pop open your eyes real quick and start like scrambling. That adrenaline that you were feeling before is still kind of coursing through your veins a bit. And you start like looking around, but you find yourself in unfamiliar territory again. And you see that you're now in a cell of crude iron bars. And one thing that totally freaks you the fuck out is when you look over in the corner, you actually see an entire skeleton. But the skeleton is of a creature you've never seen before. It's tall and lengthy and lanky. It's got what appears to be 2 legs and its forearms or its forelegs are like hanging weirdly at its side, and it's oddly off-putting to you. Kind of looks like a monkey.
Oh god.
See, at first it kind of creeps you out, but then you're also kind of curious about it. You start like kind of analyzing it in curious regard.
I'm gonna get a better look at the map. It's tiny even for me. Hang on, I gotta open up the actual file. There we go.
Yeah, sorry we're not able to make the back bigger. I don't want to like take up too much space on the thing for it.
Oh, I have it up on mine too.
I have the maps up on the Discord and having it on your stream. So what you're seeing, Piggy, is what I see for the most part.
Hell yeah.
Got a whole lot of nothing in here. Can I see the doors locked by any chance? Or if it even has a lock?
You can go over to it and kind of push on it and see that it does. It's one of those that seems to like kind of slide back and forth. So you try to slide it over to the side. It kind of jams a bit. And that's when everybody else in the room, you start hearing the bars kind of shimmy and shake a little bit. And you look over and you see this cat-like individual is now conscious again and is at the door and trying to open it, looking a little bit annoyed and frazzled, I would say.
Demovan's gonna step in front of the door and look at them and be like, "You are contained. You will relax, and we will talk."
He kind of looks into your character's eyes, and he looks extremely confused. And kind of almost out of nowhere says, You have a body. How?
And you do not belong here.
Yeah, no shit. He's extremely confused by you.
You will relax, and we will talk. Then he's going to let the other three do what they need to do.
Jin is looking at Demovin, contemplating, because though he is a being of few words, he kind of likes his demeanor.
Very authoritative.
Yeah, so he's rethinking. He's very unsure, so he's going to keep an eye on this one.
I guess I'm just trying to find out more after things dust has settled. I'm just kind of trying to find out more about the job and what's going on. I'm just kind of talking with this. I keep on forgetting her name. I am terrible with names.
The blonde chick.
Yeah,
That's okay. Tree bolt. So
Tree bolt.
yeah,
I'm gonna write that
tree
down as a
is
note.
an actual tree, and then bolt's like a crossbow bolt. Tree bolt.
Tree bolt. Okay, there. Now I'll be able to remember names now.
Notes help.
Yeah, but they do a lot.
Notes? What are those?
And speaking of tree bolt, she actually does walk over to the cage and kind of crouches down to it, doing that whole thing of, getting down on your level so she can kind of look at you in the, face. She kind of regards your eye for a little bit and she goes, "That is a shame. I wasn't able to heal all the damage that it had done. It had sat like that for a while. It seems like it got a little bit of an infection. I tried to heal what I could, but it might affect your sight from now on, poor thing. Are you experiencing any pain? How's your eye feeling?"
He kind of growls under his breath at her.
now.
I said we will talk.
Yeah, he
Use
said,
your words.
no. You said you would talk. I don't gotta say shit.
I think I know what's wrong. And she gets up and walks over to the little storage area that's on the other side of the cell, and y'all hear a little bit of like clattering, a sound of like some wood being moved and such like that. And after a few moments, she comes back and she actually carries like a couple of links of sausage, some dried jerky, and some pre-cooked bacon, but it's been kind of sitting for a while, so the fat's kind of rendered it a bit, but it's still good. And she kind of puts it on a tin little platter and slides it through the bars of the cage over to you. There you go.
He kind of looks between the food and her and kind of sneers a little bit. It's like, why would I take food from somebody who locked me up?
Well,
To be fair, you did attack us.
He
Well, he
fell
attacked
through
the
roof.
dusk. He
Well, at first-
attacked the dusk.
He took a swipe at our friend, did he not?
Yeah.
Well,
He would not be in a cage if he had simply scratched a desk. Do cats not scratch inanimate objects?
yes, but she was also holding out a glowing hand, and if he's not from here, he may have felt threatened. I don't know. I'm gonna grab. Jin walks over to the stove there and grabs the tea kettle and pours himself some coffee and goes and sits down at the desk up against the right side wall and turns a chair around and just watches.
Just watches the show.
I'm just standing in the center of the room, basically on guard, but my hands on my hips, just kind of just observing, trying to figure out what's gonna happen next.
One thing that I know for sure is usually when somebody is awful grumpy or they find themselves in an unwelcoming place, one of the best things to do is to give them a nice full belly first. So go ahead and get yourself something to eat real quick.
I slowly
And when
chuckle,
you're
and
feeling
I
better,
couldn't
we
agree
can
more.
talk a bit. We don't mean no threat to you. We're only containing you in because we don't know if you're a threat to us. You did attack me. But I can also understand I did come at you. I was trying to heal your eye, but you did not know that. Well, as soon as we know you're not a threat to us, and you know we're not a threat to you, we could come together in mutual terms and start to talk a bit.
He hesitates a little bit, but he does like push the food back into like the other side. But other than that, he just doesn't move. He's just kind of watching everybody else.
Seems like we have a bit of a standoff here, and someone who does not want to speak.
Well, until they wish to speak, they will not have their toys. And he's gonna command his mage hand to pick up the bag, and two of them are gonna leave. We're gonna go sit on the roof.
Motherfucker.
Did you, Ginger? Did you push the food back through the door?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jin's gonna go over and grab one of the sausages, cut off an end, eat it, and say, "See, look, it's safe." And he tries to push it back through.
Jin, I need to make a Constitution saving throw. I'm kidding.
Oh Jesus!
He was drugged.
She goes, no, wait! Oh shit, no!
You are now down to 9 damage. Oh, okay, Jin's dead. Time to reroll.
Or you're back down to 1. He looks at the piece that Jin had broken off, and he does eat it, but just that one piece. Although you
They're
can
all in
kind
the
of
same
see.
So like one that would be made would be like they're all still attached. Like the only reason why they're not like the same sausage is because you know how they do that little twist tie thing. But they're all made of the same meat. Like it's meat that went into a packaging. So if that one is safe, then they're all pretty much safe because the packaging isn't broken.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm too used to our sausage. Then yeah, he very slowly starts to eat, but you guys kind of notice he almost picks up like a person would. Like when he's on all fours, you can tell that they're cat paws, but almost as like he goes to like pick stuff up, you notice his actual toes are a little bit longer than what normal cats would be.
I'm just thinking of Puss in Boots. I'm just gonna let you know right now.
Pretty much, yeah.
I know. I thought of that too.
No, that is
We
pretty
gotta
much how
get
his
him some
paws
magic
are.
boots.
Oh god.
That's basically how I'm picturing Ginger. It looks like I'm just like this probably just looks like a cat with opposable thumbs and a much more proper hands with still having paws on it.
Yeah, very
This is
much
where I
Puss in
wish I
Boots
could
likes.
put where the map is. Post a picture of the Puss in Boots with the big eyes.
It's like he's kind of like his paws are like Puss in Boots, but then also almost in that same style of like how Scar's hands would move in like The Lion King. Like those two are very much like
yeah.
the inspiration for how his paws work.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
As soon as you said Lion King, I'm like, gotcha.
Yep.
I can see the fan art now. Nothing but paws.
Oh god, if I could draw his paws like that, I would.
As long as he has toe beans, we're
Mhm.
we're good here.
Oh, yeah, he do indeed have beans.
Alrighty.
Anyway, shall we all talk in peace now, or shall we all keep on staring at this individual that we have in the cell?
I'm sitting on the roof with his stuff until he feels like talking to us.
Oh yeah, he did go outside, didn't he?
Turd.
Jin, since he knows Treebolt that he's not gonna surround this poor cat, so he just kind of nonchalantly wanders over to the wanted posters onto the left side there by the bench and pretends to be looking at them, even though through the corner of his eye he's keeping an eye on what's going on. He doesn't want Ginger to feel like we're ganging up on him. He's trying to kind of
you're
put
not
him at
looking.
ease.
Unbeknownst to everybody in that room except for Jin and Captain Treebolt, all of those wanted posters are grossly out of date.
I also go off in the corner. I pull out my sword and start inspecting it just to make sure there's no like dual sides on it. Just as a craftsman's eye would basically, and I just start basically pull out my sharpening stone and start sharpening it. Just to basically, I'm just off in the corner, just minding my own business while I wait for everything else to get back together. Mind my own
Alright.
business.
And Treebolt kind of takes the stuff that Ginger doesn't eat and kind of goes and puts it up a bit and kind of lingers in the back a little bit, seemingly like looking over inventory, making sure, things are where they need to be. She also seems to be setting up a couple of like pouches and bags and such like that. Y'all hear some like cluttering and cloth moving around and such like that. Just kind of given a little bit of time for everything to kind of calm down, just so that everybody can ease up and Ginger can kind of see that nobody here is a threat to them. After some time, Treebolt doesn't even really say anything. She just goes over to the cage and unlocks it. She
Ginger kind of.
actually,
Oh, you're good.
she'll actually opens it up a smidge and then walks over to her desk, sits down, kind of turns her chair a bit to where she's facing towards the door of it, and she kind of sits down and looks at you and reserves you a bit.
Yeah, Ginger pretty much just gives everyone the side eye as he like very slowly creeps out.
I perk up as I notice, but I just kind of just stand there, just putting my sword back in its scabbard, just basically to not give off as much of a threat, just to basically just as I'll still sharpening and inspecting it, keep it maintained over time, just to basically like, okay, let's just see where this goes.
She kind of
Jin
looks at. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Jin looks up and kind of gives Ginger a little nod and it's like, feeling better now?
What is this place?
This
On
world is
guard.
known as Thear. And if you don't know how to spell that, that's Thear.
Mm,
This world is very magical, it's very dangerous, and very chaotic. We never know what's going to happen next. In fact, we don't even know when a fox slash squirrel slash cat person going to fall onto my desk and ruin it the fuck up.
mm.
That's all right. That's what mending's for.
What?
Speaking of which, is there any since after she mentions mendings for, I literally perk up and I'm like, hold up, and I go into inspect the desk to see if it's like if it's only split in two pieces or if it's shattering, like something I could fix.
Oh no, it's just scratched up really bad. Like the surface is like almost like if somebody had dropped a cougar onto the desk and it just kind of ran on it for a little bit. There's just a lot of like deep scratches and such in it. The desk itself structurally is fine. It's just the top part of it's ruined. The varnish is ruined, and yeah.
I just simply walk over to it and I go over to it and I cast one of my cantrips, mending, and just
Okay.
chant the word Manidaculum as I put my hand on it and have it all the scratches fade away.
Okay, because of like the amount of damage that is on the desk, when you do it the first time, it only does like a small, like I think it's like a 3-inch area of it. It'll take you a while to completely cover it all, but
Yeah.
after about a couple of minutes or so, the desk is starting to look brand new.
Yep.
She looks over at you, and when you first start doing it, she regards you kindly, and says thank you.
My pleasure.
She then turns her attention back over to Ginger and goes, "What's your name there?"
He kind of like pauses for a second, like watching what Hallmack is doing, just like what the fuck, before turning back over to her. It's like, I'm trying to think. We're Ginger.
Or a Ginger?
We're
Word.
Ginger.
You're okay. All right. My name is Trillia Treebolt. I'm the captain of this here establishment. This is the Adventurers Guild of the town known as Armguard. We're the Armguard branch in here, and I'm the captain. I also do have a deputy. You already got met his acquaintance, and she actually points over at the skeleton on the inside.
Oh God.
And I've also got a sergeant and a private, but they're actually currently out on a mission right now, and they are currently preoccupied. And she kind of does regard to the two other desks that you see kind of sitting adjacent on either wall. She kind of thinks for a moment. We are in the the Worm's Rend territory. We're up on the Northern District. We're in the Northern Trade District. That's basically whereabouts of where we're at and where we're from, what we're from, and such. I don't really know what else to say other than that. Hey, what? Where are you from?
I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
put
while
on
he-
the spot, nerd.
Meanwhile, I noticed that I finally kind of take account of who's in the room, and I noticed that Dovan's not out, and I'll go outside because I saw him leave earlier, so I thought I would go outside and check on him, see what he's up to.
He is exactly where he said he was, sitting on the roof with that person's stuff.
I'm like, I kind of go, I kind of just pop out. I'm like, hello, you still out here?
I am up here. His head just kind of pokes over the edge of the roof.
I basically nod you to basically come. I'm nodding in towards the door direction. Basically, know that he's basically come back inside.
All right, well, we're just gonna leave the stuff on the roof. It's safe up there for now, and then I'm gonna come back inside. My mage hand can get it down later. It's okay.
It starts raining.
Yeah.
Oh boy, well that's unfortunate. Maybe he shouldn't have attacked our guild
I'm
master.
kidding. It's not raining.
A sudden tornado cuts through just over the guild's.
The world's tiniest tornado.
Just picks it up and now it's with the big bad evil guy. It's gone.
No.
Rest in peace, Spag. You will be missed.
L.
So, Donovan, do you come in?
Oh yeah, no, I come inside, but we're gonna leave the stuff on the roof. I'm not sure of this guy's motives yet.
Yeah. So I look to see if anything, like if any of your would-be feathers are smoking or any, and then I start to wonder, well, if he's undead, can he die?
The world may never know.
Not
I
by the
guess we
normal
will
way.
find out.
And even in strange
But as you look at him, you notice they're not like there's burns on his face, but his feathers more look like they're soaked in ash.
Well, he's more wondering, like, if another shocking thing was in the bag.
Oh no, this is just all like old.
Hmm.
He's just a nice pale.
He
old
used the
pale owl.
mage hand to carefully maneuver Bag away from himself.
You don't trust Bag.
He's kind of disappointed that he's the only one that was dumb enough to get electrocuted.
Well, you're the one.
So
that
he
was
looks at
searching.
you looking for smoke or telltale signs that something bit you as well, and then he just kind of sheepishly looks away. Like, yeah, but I was the only one stupid enough.
Do
Well,
not feel
technically-
dumb. I learned from your mistake.
There we go.
Anyway, what does Miss Trilla have to say?
Well, she was asking
People-
Ginger about his world.
Ah, yes, that's where we were at.
Yeah, see, hesitates a little bit. It's like, Earth. Where else would I be from?
Earth. Hold on. How do you spell that?
God, the fact that I had to think about it. God damn. EARTH.
Huh? That's kind of weird. That's the same exact letters as ours, but all jumbled like. It's like he took the TH and just put it there at the end.
I now just realized what you meant by anagram.
Yeah, I'm just now noticing that. God damn it.
Damn right.
I may be a dwarf and a fine craftsman, but I'm a little slow when it comes to words.
Oh, that's interesting. That is real interesting.
I also had to stop and consider, can Ginger spell?
It's like, damn, I saw it on a sign somewhere, but only if I could read.
This line doesn't apply to me because I can't read.
How do you spell that? Earth.
Oh, jeez.
The rest of them.
It's like, you know how it's normally spelled.
Wow, I
Yeah,
can't believe you don't even know how to spell Earth. Gee, to think that you would ask me how to spell Earth. Come on, everybody knows how to spell Earth. It's common knowledge how to spell Earth. Come on. But if I were to ask you how to spell Earth, how would you spell Earth? So yeah, after y'all
There
take
you
a
go.
moment.
URTH.
yeah, that's it.
So
Seems
yeah,
legit.
after y'all take a moment to kind of regard everything, she kind of looks over at you, Ginger, and she's like, "Well, I guess it would be pretty safe to assume that you ain't got no money or a job or a place to live or nothing like that, huh? Considering how you just kind of plumped right into our world like this."
Hmm.
Demovin will just poke his head up again and say, "They will come with us. We shall be allies."
Huh?
What?
I look at you too. I'm like, what? I didn't say anything. I just give you a nice a nice concerned look. I'm like, excuse me.
We shall be allies, and it will be glorious.
Yeah, Ginger kind of looks down and is like, how the fuck did you come to that conclusion?
They came to us. We are responsible for them.
You know, I kind of
You
like
want
that. I
that
like that you
shocking-
want to take responsibility for him. That means that I don't have to take responsibility for him. So that's what we're gonna do. Y'all are responsible for Ginger. Congratulations, y'all have boy.
No,
Congratulations. I'll get the adoption papers together right now.
Wait, the what?
No, let's be clear. He is responsible for the cat. He offered.
Well, like I was
That cat electrocuted me.
well, like I was kind of telling you earlier, Jen, it's what the type of job that y'all are going to be going and doing anyway is going to be like one of those types where the more you have, the better. And to be fair, he didn't electrocute you; you electrocuted you. He was unconscious.
Wait, we're
He
talking
was
about
asleep.
electrocuted?
You went and touched things you shouldn't have touched.
Wait, you touched my bag?
Why do you
And
think
he
it's not on
took
you?
about died for it, apparently.
Maybe.
You went
I don't
through
have it.
my
Look,
shit?
look. He holds up his hands. Like, see, I don't have it.
Your bag is safe, but we must know that you are safe.
Define safe.
Not
Shall
going to
you?
kill us.
Are you going to bring harm to us or our realm? For if you are, then we shall have to kill you here.
Death nerd.
I don't care
I-
what you guys do. I just need to get back home.
Sounds legit. How would I phrase that? Sounds fair. I just basically pipe up and say it sounds fair. How shall we do that though? That's a question.
Ginger kind of hesitates for a little bit.
Well, I can tell you one thing that would help. Having money! Having money helps fund any type of adventure. And if you want to try and go out there and find a way to get this poor critter back over to his homeland, of course, the best way to do that is to do missions for the Adventurers Guild. Hey, and now we come back full circle. So, you want a job, Ginger? I love how the CC said, "Do you want a child, Ginger?"
I mean, I don't see how money has to do with this. I haven't had money up until now, and I've been decent.
Well, in our world, if you're wanting to try and get magical means to port into other worlds and such, then you're going to need to have magic in order to fund those magical adventures.
Magic?
Indeed. We have a whole bunch of ways that you would be able to transport.
Is it like everyone has magic?
Oh, of course. Like
To
I
some
was
degree.
saying earlier, this world is the most magical world ever. Some
Just
say
to-
we're even more wild than the Feywild.
Just to exemplify it, he's going to pet the cat with his mage hand.
You can like swipes it like fuck off.
Make an attack roll. I'm just kidding.
No, not like that. Like a swat.
Yeah,
now,
I
like,
know.
So it is settled then. Ginger will come with us. We find a way how to get him home. We do the job. We get paid. What does everybody else think?
I like shiny pebbles. They're good.
I'll take that as a
Yeah.
yes.
Triple,
Oh.
can I talk to you for a minute?
Well,
Me?
sure.
And I start walking toward the storage room.
And Treebolt kind of follows you.
Are you sure about these people? I mean, we're friends. You know me.
I would like
He
to
like
roll
comes up to her
perception.
knee, but he's looking up at her like,
Roll it, demo.
really? You want to pair me with these people?
Well, look, listen here,
Racist.
Jen. It's like this. There's not a lot of people that are coming about clamoring for the Adventurers Guild, and the problem that y'all are going to be going out and taking care of is something that's kind of important.
I know. It's gonna take more people.
And like I said earlier, the more the merrier.
I don't
doubt I heard
know
anything.
these people.
What'd you roll, Demovan?
9.
Oh,
9. No, they're speaking hushed enough that all you can really hear is just kind of like whispers a bit. Anybody else want to try and eavesdrop?
I just go over to Ginger. I go over to Ginger. I think my helmet is still off, and I basically pull it out of hand. I'm Helmek. You are your name?
kind of.
Yes,
You're-
it-
He
If he's willing to.
kind of looks at your hand, but not in like. He's not sneering at your hand like he was earlier. He's just more of like very confused. And like he does reach out and shake your hand, but like very, very hesitantly. As if he's doing it more out of curiosity of what your hands feel like than actually like doing a polite gesture.
Well, I do have
Ginger-
some leather on my gauntlets. On my gauntlet, so it's just more of like it's a bit of a leathery type feel for you, most likely. But also
Oh,
just like
God.
with my flesh, with my hands and my fingers sticking through.
Oh. He was very confused because he's used to feeling like modern, like modern day leather, like the leather jacket.
Think of it like fingerless gloves, but with leather pads for the most part and armor on it.
Ginger, what bits of flesh you do touch are kind of cold and clammy because of the temperature outside, with it being like kind of cold in the air for some reason. It's a slight chill in the air, so it kind of clings to the skin of it. So what you do touch is cold and clammy.
He's just like, "Ugh," and like wipes his paw on his sweater.
All right. That's what I'll do.
But
don't-
listen, Jen, I know your worries and whatnot, and I understand that you're nervous with this being your big, the first one, with everything that's been going on. And I just, I don't know. It's just that this type of thing don't happen very often, It's probably just this world, doing what it does best, and that is always throwing the shit for us and not knowing what's gonna do next. We just kind of have to take our tides as we get them. And like I said, we can't really pick our allies sometimes. It's just the ones that we end up making. Don't
If
judge a
I
book by
die,
its
I'm
cover.
coming back to haunt you.
All right, fair enough.
Just saying, I'm gonna come back and haunt you.
All right, and if you do, I'm
You
going to turn
start seeing
undead.
things flying around the room, you know that's me.
And I'm going to turn undead.
Yeah.
Best response.
Does that work on ghosts?
It's an undead, ain't it?
True.
Demovin, because you're trying
Start
to
putting
catch
hot
it,
sauce in
you
her
do end up
coffee.
hearing a little bit. You do catch a couple of words, and the words that you do catch are turn undead.
Oh.
That's fun. He's still that means nothing to him. He is going to gesture to the cat to follow him outside, if he wants his stuff.
He once again hesitates, but he does follow. He's like keeping his eyes on you.
Oh,
Ginger,
yeah, you haven't seen the outside yet.
the world
Mm-mm.
that you see outside is one that you have never seen before. These giant brown things are jutting up out of the ground, and they got these bushy green tops. And the ground itself that they're jutting out of is green. You have heard of grass before, but you've never seen it. It's always just pavement or dirt or sludge. Nothing else in between. The world that you know knows no thing of vegetation. You've heard of it, but this is literally the first time you've ever seen it. And what's also really captivating you is these bright, colorful dots all throughout the landscape. You see reds and purples and yellows and blues. And you see these fluttering little things jumping from colored dot to colored dot, some of them fluttering with big, beautiful, patterned, colorful wings, and other ones are kind of big and chubby that seem to float on invisible wings and are black and yellow striped. You've never, you don't even know what these are. You've never heard of these because in your world, bugs died out so long ago that people just stopped remembering about them.
What about
Hmm.
cockroaches? I heard they can survive anything.
Oh, cockroaches, yeah.
Yeah.
Like cockroaches and flies and things like that, yes, but definitely not bees. Bees died out a very long time ago.
That's
And
a very sad
butterflies
thought.
were soon after. All the pollinators is part of the reason why the world fell to an apocalypse. All of the pollinators died out.
Of course, we don't know
Hmm.
that, but hey,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's kind of sad to think about, though. Just saying that.
Yeah. He kind of mutters under his breath a little bit. Like, you can't quite make out what he's saying, but like his tone almost sounds like questions. And kind of like you're only hearing like half of the conversation.
Oh, also, it's bright. Holy fuck, it's bright. It actually takes a while for your eyes to adjust. And it's so warm to you. You can't feel the chill that's in the air because you're not from this world. You wouldn't know that the air is actually slightly chilly to you. You feel the sun. You you've never felt the sun. You know the sun is there. You can see it kind of through the haze a little bit. It's blurred out mostly. Like you can see it floating in the sky, and when it's there, the world is slightly more visible, but it's mostly just dark. But here, there's not a cloud in the sky, and the bright sun is just shining vibrantly, and it's warming you. Like you can actually feel it on your skin for the first time ever. You can feel it on your nose.
Hmm.
If he didn't have fur, he'd get sunburnt.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Just instant sunburn. It was at this point Ginger found out his name was not just a name. He was indeed Ginger.
Oh.
Your nose starts to sting a little bit.
No.
1 point radiant damage.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't know the sky was blue either.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, 'cause it should be all
First time in
gray
your
where
life you
he's
find
from.
out it's blue. The sky is blue.
Hmm.
So, I assume we have stepped outside now.
Yeah.
So,
It's literally like that whole Fallout moment. Like Fallout
So-
3 when you come out.
so he's gonna, Donovan's gonna give him a moment to appreciate the scenery. But then he's gonna turn to the cat after the door is closed and everything, and he's just going to say that there are very powerful magical entities in this world. Some that may be able to help him, and that he knows of some. And should the cat prove an ally to him, he may be able to put him into contact with them.
Hmm. So magic is just commonplace here.
Yes. It is the very lifeblood of our world.
Hmm. Interesting. Now, where's my stuff?
I need to know that you will not bring harm to me or my friends.
Look, all I care about is getting home.
Hmm.
As
He
nice as it
ponders
is
for a
here, I
moment.
have people who need me.
He ponders for a moment. That shall suffice. Then he's gonna have his mage hand, like drop the bag from like roof level into your hands.
He kind of like angrily mutters under his breath and starts putting it back on.
Do you take a moment to open your bag to make sure that nothing is missing?
Oh, probably, yeah.
Okay. It's at this point when you open your bag that your heart sinks. Because as you look into your bag, you notice there's what seems to be a void on the inside.
The hell did you do to my stuff?
He did
Do not look at me. Look at the elf inside. They were the only ones to have actually tried to put their hands inside your bag.
But whenever you try to think of something that you would want to use,
Mhm.
or like something that you want to check on, it seems to just kind of float up out of the void for you to just take.
Can I
What the
Wait.
fuck?
can I roll Arcana? I think that I might know what a bag of holding is if I see one.
Yeah, Demovin, I would say that you definitely know enough about magical stuff that you definitely recognize this as a bag of holding. However, bag of holdings usually have like a very typical type of patterning to them. This is just a black rectangular looking bag. It
Like
a
doesn't
backpack.
have any type of like markings to them at all.
I was just gonna say that it seems like the magics of your world are becoming the magics of ours.
He almost looks like he's about to go and say something, but his ear kind of twitches a little bit, and he immediately stops.
Then he's just going to politely excuse himself and head back inside. You should appreciate the scenery a little more.
He kind of huffs a little bit, but he does kind of like face up towards the sky a little bit, like kind of sunning himself before heading back in after like a minute or two.
Okay. So, as you come in, you actually catch Treebolt kind of mid conversation, kind of looking towards like Hallmack and Jid. And yeah, so apparently what's basically what y'all are gonna be doing is gonna be traveling open. Okay, here's the other two. All right. I was just about to fill these two in real quick on what the mission was gonna be, because I figured y'all were gonna be coming back in here in a minute. Um but if y'all want to go ahead and take a seat as to what we're gonna be taking care of, because actually like taking a gander at what time it is, and she kind of looks over at like this what looks to be like a magical hourglass that seems to be like having sand slowly fall, and it's just like judging from the level of it, it determines on like what damn time of day it is for her. She's like, we got to try and get this on the road, because the people that we're trying to go after seem to be a lot more active during the day, especially like midday and such like that. So y'all go ahead and take some seats, and she motions over to like the benches and such.
I basically I take my shield off my back, and I just sit it on the ground, and I just sit on it, just to kind of just like instead of just sitting on one of the benches, and just basically leave a room for everybody else for the most part. I'm just off to the left side of the room-ish, just sitting on my shield, just ears piped and ready to listen.
Okay.
Jin shows his displeasure by sitting in the center of her desk, cross-legged.
Yeah, and Ginger kind of stands off to the side a little bit, like not in like a corner, but like a safe distance away, but also close enough to where he can hear what he needs to hear.
Okay.
Demovin's just gonna go to wherever Ginger is. He's not gonna let him sit alone.
Okay.
None of that. None of that.
Nope.
Isn't it kind of funny that the cat and the bird are bonding?
Yeah.
It's more of like Ginger's being guarded
By a
love it.
bird.
Yeah.
I love it.
mean, from my point of view, from all the things I've heard about from Dova, and just him being in the room, that's kind of seen it. I've already kind of gotten a nice respect for who he is. Menaceable words, but ones that seem potent and friendly for the most part, but demanding when needed. So I kind of just like this. I may like this one. That's just that's just an inner thought that I have to myself.
Yeah. All right. So after y'all kind of go ahead and get situated and whatnot, she takes a moment and clears her throat. Says, "All right, this is an official mission sanctioned by the Adventurers Guild, with 2 adjoining branches signing off on it. This is a co-branch operation between Armguard and Smithson." Because a trade route between the two has officially been plagued by some bandits lately. And apparently, these bandits seem to have some sort of leadership type control because they keep on proclaiming that it is for some individual known as Lord Rynar. We don't know what that is, or who that is, but Lord Rynar is the one that is apparently involved in all of this. And that's dangerous because bandits are bad enough, but bandits that team together under some sort of leadership and start getting unified and such, that's much worse.
I
So
agree.
we
Organized.
are having y'all go out under the guise of some merchants. You will be provided with a carriage and a horse that will pull said carriage. And in the carriage, we are actually going to have some alchemical supplies that will be provided by our local apothecary down the street over there. She has already been willing to. This is actually an actual trade between the two. So this is something that is through the apothecary shop, and she will end up getting paid for it. So you are to deliver these supplies to Smithson at some point in time, but we also would like for y'all to take care of the bandits that are plaguing the roads and take care of whatever type of leadership that is involved. So this is going to be dangerous. There will be some fighting and whatnots like that. Each one of y'all will be awarded 50 gold pieces or 50 gold pieces worth of gemstones, as she took a look over at you, Demovan. And um, with you receiving 20 gold now and 30 gold upon the completion of the mission.
All right, I
So,
pipe up and I basically say, so simplified down, we deliver these alchemical supplies to Smithson while trying to take out the bandits along the way and possibly their leader.
absolutely.
I see.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
We shall kill the bandits.
Be careful as well. Now, as I was saying, she goes ahead and reaches into actually, never mind. She goes back into the little storage area, and you hear some clinking and some clanking, I will say, as she comes back out with 4 small pouches, to which she tosses one to each of you. The one that she tosses to you, Demovan, is the one that clacks instead of clicks, as it's filled with gemstones instead of actual gold. Y'all go ahead and take a moment if you would like to. You can count out all the pieces, make sure that it's all there if you want to.
Well, Jin, knowing Treebolt, he just pockets it.
I courteously just pull it out, take a quick scan of it, and just put it back into the bag pouch and put it onto my clip it to my side of my belt.
Okay.
Demovan's gonna pull out one of the gemstones and kind of peck at it a little bit.
You
It's kind of like he's curious what it tastes like.
Don't eat it. It's not edible.
Ow.
And then
Ow.
he's gonna put it away.
I love that.
Ginger doesn't
Oh my
actually
God.
like look in the coin bag. He's more of like he puts it in the bag of holding just to see what happens.
So as
He
you open the
disappears.
bag and drop the other bag into it, it was another bag of holding, you fool!
Oh,
Boom!
no!
No, I'm just kidding. No, the bag actually like hangs there for a moment, and then it kind of like an optical illusion. It almost looks like the bag kind of stretches itself out as it falls into like a spiral and sucks down into the void before disappearing into nothing.
Okay, that
And
was
then
that was a magic pop if I ever heard
and
one.
Yeah.
and then you kind of take a moment and you're like, but what if I want that pouch back? And as soon as you think that, the less thoughts come to the surface, the bag or the pouch reappears right back at the surface, just kind of floating there, ready for you to grab it again.
Drew kind of shakes his head a little bit. It's like, oh, okay.
That's something not gonna be. I'm not gonna get used to that.
Yeah, that's weird.
She also goes, now I know that y'all are just starting off and such like that, and I know that some of y'all, she kind of points over at Ginger, might be needing a few other supplies as well. So she goes and grabs a bigger, like she just reaches around the corner of the wall behind in the storage unit and grabs up a bigger bag and kind of tosses it over to you, Hallmac. And once you get it, like you kind of take a moment and open and look inside, and you see rations.
I see. Okay.
Most of it appears to be hardtack, but some of it is dried like jerky as well.
I see.
Hmm.
I tie up the sack and I put it off to the side. I put it off to the side and I stand up, putting my shield back on my little mount that I have on my back where I can easily draw it if need be, and I just grab the sack and put it in my hand. I'm like, "Are you ready?" Basically,
Well, I know of a shop that I think we should visit before we head out.
And she takes a look over at the hourglass and says, "Now the horse and carriage that we got rented for y'all will be arriving here in about 30 minutes or so. So you have about until then before they'll be here, and you'll have all the stuff that you need to be on your way."
Well, shouldn't we stop by Ruby's first?
I mean, yeah, if you want to stop by, yeah, like I said, it'll be here in 30 minutes. You got 30
Yeah.
minutes. So yeah, if you
Sounds
want
good.
to, there's
Well, why
also
don't
the
you get-
rusted dagger if anybody wants to drink away your woes.
I chuckle
Maybe we
like,
can do both if we hurry. Let's go. Jin
Alright.
hops off the desk and starts heading towards the door.
all right. I basically carry along side, and I should look at Ginger. Look at Ginger. I'm like, you want to carry the bag of food, or are you good, pal? I don't know. I just kind of just look at it. You want to carry the food or nah?
Is it safe in the whatever I have now?
I mean, if you want to, yeah, I can carry it. I don't mind. I'm just asking if you want to carry something. If not, that's fine. I can carry this. I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't want to get tainted by whatever the hell my bag's doing now.
Hold on just one moment before y'all leave. You saying something going on with your bag there?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. She goes over back into the storage area once again. And you actually hear the sliding of like what sounds like a drawer, like a really long drawer being opened up. And you hear the crinkling of some paper, and she comes back out with a scroll. She goes over and she's like, "May I?" She kind of motions to the bag a bit.
Sure.
All right. She unrolls the scroll, and in the middle, it's kind of long. It's long. It's long enough to kind of fit in like the center of her desk. And in the middle of the scroll, there's like a circular grid like pattern. She places the bag on top of it, and then she places her hands on either side of the scroll where you see like 10 various symbols, and she puts finger on one of each symbol, and she mutters a couple of arcane words that I don't know what they would be for this spell. But she does that, and the scroll itself flashes brilliant white light for a moment and completely disappears. But then her eyes, you notice that her eyes are also coated over with white energy as she kind of looks down at the bag, kind of taking a moment to ponder it. And then she looks up at you. She kind of shakes it away, like the magic just kind of fizzles away, and she shakes it away and looks over at you with a smile. She says, "Well, you are blessed today. It seems like your bag has turned into a bag of holding. Now, this here bag will hold whatever you want to put off into it. It does have a limit. After a certain weight, you won't be able to put any more stuff into it. but it will hold a bunch of stuff. Whatever you can fit into that little hole will be fine. Now, keep in mind, you don't want to put any living people up in there because there ain't going to be no air in there. So anybody you put in there might die. So don't do that. But things like food or potions or things of that sort, it'll be perfectly fine in that there bag of yours, Ginger.
Hmm. Interesting.
I just simply throw the sack back over me and I walk out the door. I'm like, okay.
Before y'all leave, she does take a moment and kind of salutes. She brings her closed fist like to her up to her chest and kind of beats on it a little bit before looking at y'all and says, "Thank you all on behalf of the Adventurers Guild for helping make this world a better place."
I give her the same salute, basically putting my fist to my chest in a manner that makes me salute. I'm like, have a good day, stay safe, and I put my helmet on and I walk out the door.
Yeah, I turn around and I look at her and I'm like, I'll see you again, one way or another. And he walks out.
Jeez.
Yeah, Ginger kind
Ominous
of waits
as
for.
fuck.
Hey, Ginger kind of waits for everyone to head out the door first and then follows behind.
He's gonna wait a while because the owl seems pretty fixated on hanging out with him.
He just want to
Alright.
make sure nobody's gonna like stab him.
I will protect you.
Yeah,
You will be
sure.
safe.
Sure.
The owl doesn't even have a dagger that you can see.
He
just
has
a
he
large
just has
stick.
just a stick with a gem that he occasionally noms at.
A different type of
I
shiny
mean, the gem
click
is kind of
clack.
pointy, so I mean,
And the stick can do a lot of damage.
Nah, he doesn't have to worry about the owl. It's fine.
Says the one who has a literal stun baton.
Not-
Sticks are dangerous. Literally electrocuted Jin for 7 damage. Almost killed the nerd.
Yeah.
And you were unconscious while doing it.
I
thank
wasn't
God he
expecting to
had
do
on
that
leather
much.
armor.
Yeah,
And
I wasn't
that's-
expecting to do that much damage.
Also, what's funny too is, well, it's 1d8 electricity, lightning damage. I had to look it up. But yeah,
God
but that's the
damn.
funny thing about this world is it just shows how chaotic it is. Is that the very first very first instance of a damage roll comes from a person who was unconscious.
Yeah. Ironic.
It's
Oh,
pretty
so
funny
how
to
did
me.
you die? Well, an unconscious character electrocuted me and died.
All
Booby
right.
trapped, I swear.
A booby trapped corpse. Oh god.
I mean, you know, if you're gonna go, kind of like have like a little coin picking out of somebody's pocket, so they like go and reach for it, and then boom.
All right. So, what are you guys
Anyway.
going to be doing next?
I'm
I think
I'm
we should
gonna
head to Ruby.
distract
I'm gonna
Cat.
start heading towards Ruby's.
One at a time.
I was gonna head to the apothecary with the cat.
Okay.
I follow
Jin,
Jin
you're going to go to Ruby's,
Yeah.
and you're going to go with Jin Hallback.
Yeah.
Okay. Both. Let's hold on. We'll say Jin and Demovin. Give me initiative rolls.
Okay.
Oh.
Uh,
19.
There it is.
All right, and Jin.
Oh, it did it. Hang on.
Jin, what'd you
Why
get?
are we rolling for initiative?
What'd you get?
Oh, it's just to see who's gonna be taking first stage.
My dice rolly thing ain't wanting to roll. Hang on. Why is it not?
What did you roll, Jin?
What the fuck?
I got a 19.
Okay.
I'm
So-
rolling on good on stuff that doesn't matter.
Yep. Getting them out of the way now. All right. So, Jin and Hallback, you make your way over to Ruby's Rubik's. And Hallback, you kind of notice that while Jin is heading in this direction, he seems to have a bit of a spring into his step. Almost like he's kind of happy to be heading in
Hello,
this
Slade.
general
Welcome
direction.
in.
But you notice that he is actually taking you over to that red building that you tried to go in before, Ruby's Rubik's, back when it was unfortunately closed.
I simply asked Jin, like, what do you know of this this place that we're going?
Oh, I live there.
Oh, Interesting.
Now
That's
the dice
basically my
are
only
working.
remark.
All right. Well, it doesn't take long to get there. It's like just down the street from the
Yes.
Adventurers Guild. So it doesn't take long to get there. And as you enter in, the does kind of like the door chimes a little bit as you enter into this wondrous array of like just items and color. Hallmark, just as you walk in,
Want to
you
put it on
are
the map?
met with like just
Oh,
redwood
thank you.
flooring,
gonna be
ruby
my-
red painted wooden walls
Mhm.
with light red curtains hanging everywhere. You see that in the back there is an elaborate red and golden painted desk and such. Oh, that's a little loud. Hold on, let me turn that down a smidge.
Yeah,
And
it's a
as you
new
kind of
stream
take a moment
layout.
and look
That's
around in this
tweaked for
shop, you
D&D.
notice that there is a bunch of stuff just everywhere. Like some of it just kind of seems like it's piled up in like random assortments and piles. You see on one table there are like bags and packs and bed rolls and duffel bags, and for some reason
Apparently I
a
have the wrong
rubber
map up.
duck under a glass dome with a note that says perfectly fine normal duck that's absolutely not cursed in any way, shape, or form. Next to that, you see a cart with a variety of different bottles and
Oh, I see why.
potions and gemstones. A table that seems to have a whole bunch of crossbows of various sizes and shapes with a whole bunch of arrows all over them. In the back, you see an assortment of different weapons. In the corner, you see armor and shields. You see cloaks hanging along the walls. You see water skins. You see piles of just junk like pots and pans and rusted pickaxes and ripped canvas.
And creepy ass dolls.
And way in the back, kind of with her back turned to you all at first, you notice what appears to be a small person, but you can't really tell who exactly or what exactly it is, because they seem to be wearing an overly elaborate red dress made of sequins. They also seem to be wearing or their hair that they seem to have is gigantic and red and very poofy. Think like Peg off of Married with Children. Like just like big red poofy hair. And as the door chimes as you all enter, she slowly turns to you all, and you notice that this individual is a goblin, green skinned goblin. But as she turns to you all, she has her hands up to her sides with her nails hanging down. At first, you thought she has really long red painted nails, but upon for closer inspection, you realize these are actually like construction nails that have been painted red and have been tied to her fingertips with wire. She turns to you all, wonderless, overly done makeup all over her face, just smeared to all high heavens. She looks at you all, grins widely, and says, "Oh, hello there, Jin,
Ruby.
and welcome. Is this your new friend? Hello, welcome to my wonderful shop. How may I help you, dears? Jin, did you get the job?
Hey, Auntie Ruby. And he runs over
Hello,
and
dear.
gives her a hug.
Hugs,
Ruby's a
hugs.
reoccurring character. I love
This is
her.
Helmac, and yes, he's a part of the party that we're
Hello,
forming.
Helmac, dear. And she kind of holds out a hand to you.
I try to hide it, but I give a reluctant handshake. And I just basically say hi because I'm just not necessarily a goblin fan.
Make a deception
Oh.
check.
Oh no.
Perception? Okay, that'll be a D20, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh God,
Hugs.
that's a natty one.
I love her.
Oh my god. You know what's
Aw.
funny?
What?
I technically rolled the first natty one of the campaign first, but you rolled the second one. All right, so what is your deception bonus?
My deception bonus is, let's see. God dang it. It's under. Oh, it's -1. Oh god.
Oh god. All right, so as you try to hide your disgust, it actually is blatantly obvious to the point that even Jin can tell that you seem to have an issue with goblins. But the fact that you're actually like taking her hand and trying kind of speaks enough. She kind of regards you for a moment, but just kind of smiles and shakes your hand vigorously. Welcome, welcome, Halmac, dear. Now, don't you mind it. I know I can already see it written all over your face. Not a fan of us little green folks. Don't worry, I understand. I'm an exception, dear. I was actually thrown out of my goblin tribe. I wasn't vicious enough, and I kept on wanting to, quote, play human. I'm not playing human, darling. I am human. Welcome to darling. I'm here to serve. Anything catches your eyes, let me know.
In fact, do you have any assets lying around?
I sure do. There's a table right over there to your left, dear. Mind the bloody ones.
I see. I go over to the table and I kind of just inspect it, looking around for a axe that's roughly sturdy, have a basically a sturdy more hilt, at least a blade, sharp enough blade and a sturdy hilt that can basically is good for throwing.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception check real quick, if you don't mind. And Jin, is there anything that you might be actually looking for?
Well, I figured Jin already has a bag packed, just in case he got the job.
Mm-hmm.
So he should be set.
I rolled a 12, combining all my numbers.
Okay, yeah. As you take a moment to kind of regard the axes, you do notice that a couple of the ones that are like got some blood caked on them, they're a little bit rusted. Like one has a chipped blade. The handle is a little like worn and such like that. So you kind of don't want those ones, but you do notice one, and it's kind of like tucked in the back a little bit, like buried underneath the crappier ones, almost like maybe it was done on purpose. But you kind of take it and you look at it and kind of regard it a bit. It actually looks amazing. The craftsman on it almost it reminds you is almost reminiscent of something that you would make. And as you kind of take a moment to regard it, go ahead and let me see, what would this fall under? Would this be a history check? Let me see. I want you to make me an investigation check, but do it with advantage. That means you're gonna roll the d20 twice and you're gonna take the higher roll.
I'll just grab my other spare d20 that I have right here and roll both of them.
That is sufficient.
Okay, I got a 5, and it looks like to be a 17.
Oh yeah. So along the where the blade begins to meet in
Hold
with the
up,
haft.
one moment. I'm gonna just take in a second for my modifier real quick, and that is a investigation, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
you
you
said?
passed it. You
Okay.
definitely rolled high enough for it.
All right, whatever then. We'll just ignore it.
Yeah, no,
That's
it's
when we
fine.
give
It's
the
fine.
number of the dice and math.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, okay, I rolled a 15 and math.
I literally just looked at my character sheet too. I just looked at my character sheet as a 0, so it wouldn't have helped anyway.
Yeah, sometimes it matters, but just the 17 on the die itself was high enough for you to meet it.
All right.
So, like when I have you do checks like this, I make up an imaginary number that's known as the DC, which is the difficulty check.
Yep.
That's the number that you have to either meet or beat in order to get the prompt that I'm telling you about, in order for you to actually notice the thing that I'm having you roll for and such like that. So, yeah, in this actual instance, the DC actually for this was like only 14. So yeah, you definitely met that with just a dice roll. So the math doesn't really matter here. But yeah, as you take a moment to kind of regard this hand axe, you actually notice that where the blade meets in with the haft, that you notice a couple of dwarven runes that you recognize to be like a dwarven crafter's inscription, like insignia, you know.
Interesting.
In this instance, the two initials read S and T.
S&T. Interesting. Um, may I make a history check to know if I know this
Sure,
S&T initials that may come to ring a bell?
sure.
I don't think no, that special feature won't really matter for advantage. Okay, so I'll just go regular history check.
Yeah, just be regular.
15.
15. It's not really ringing any bells.
Okay.
There's so many possibilities. Like this might be like something for Smithson. It could just be a person's first and last name. It could be the name of their shops. It's not really ringing any bells.
Okay. I just disregard the initials then, and I'm not even gonna write that down as a note if
Okay.
I just have it. So I'll just disregard that. I'm like, I go over to, I glance over at Ruby. And it's like, how much for this one?
Let me go ahead and check my ledger real quick, dear. Let's see, for a normal little hand axe, just a measly 5 gold pieces, if you would not mind, dear.
Of course. I reach into my pouch and I grab 5 gold coins and I hand it and I
All right.
hand it over to her and put it in her and open out my palm in a way that's basically making the fist
Okay.
that looks towards her, and I basically as waiting for her to hold out her hands like she can have the 5 gold pieces.
She reaches out with her hand, palm reaching skyward. The nails kind of like unfurl, and like you kind of get a notice to actually look now, like how damaged her fingertips are starting to become for her and from her tying these wires to her fingers. You could tell that these wires have been there for a very long time. Like the ends of her fingers are blue.
Like
Real quick, I'm gonna walk over to the lanterns that are on like the box that are shaped like a diamond
Uh-huh.
over by where the axes are, and I'm gonna grab a lantern and be like, Auntie Ruby, how much do you want for this one?
Oh, for a lantern? Let's see, let's see.
She consorts her ledger, meaning I'm looking at the book.
Well, my dear, we have 2 varieties over there. You can either have the one that's hooded that would do like a radius like around you light, but we also have what's known as a bullseye lantern. That's more of just like a singular beam that you would point in one direction. Which would you like? The bullseye
much?
one is a bit more pricey.
Yeah, I look at Halmac and go, no family discount. How much is either one?
For the hooded one, it would be 5 gold pieces normally, but for you, of course, it would be 4. And for the bullseye one, it's normally 10 gold pieces, but for you, it would be 8.
I'll take the bullseye one.
All right, 8 gold pieces, please, darling.
I also can well that interaction, so I just finished putting the gold pieces in her hand. So I believe that marks me down to 4.
Okay. And she's also going to throw in a refill of oil, which is just a silver piece, so she's not worried about it. She gives you a flask of oil for the lantern. It already has oil in it, but once that oil runs out, you'll have a refill.
Oh,
Um,
I give her a
she
little kiss on the
also
cheek.
she also regards you for a moment, Jin, and she says,
I have a little gift for you two, by the way. I'm so
Oh.
proud of you for going out and getting your first adventure and making new friends.
Aw.
This just came in today, and I knew you would love it.
she goes into the back room a little bit, where you all can't really see. She kind of ducks down and starts messing around with some like shipment crates and such, like digging through some things. And she pulls out a mahogany box. She walks over to the desk and kind of hops up onto her stool and sets it down in front of you. She looks up at you and says,
This is for you, free of charge.
she unlatches the box and opens it up, and on the inside, you see what looks to be at first a dagger, but you notice that the dagger is shaped like a tooth, and the hilt of it is wrapped in like a fine green painted leather. But the tooth itself seems to give off a green like kind of shine. Like whenever the light kind of reflects off of it, you notice that it has like a green shine to it. She looks up at you excitedly and says, "This is a dagger made from the dragon or a tooth of a green dragon.
No.
This was just recently slain, not too far from here, in fact. And I wanted to give it to you as a thank you, first and foremost, for making my shop more cheerful and more voluminous, I should say, with your noises. I am going to miss you while you go out on your adventures, but I wanted you to at least have something. So there you go.
Oh, it's beautiful, Auntie Ruby. Thank you.
You're absolutely welcome. What that dagger is going to do is, of course, it's 1d4 piercing like normal, but anybody hit with it has to make a Constitution saving throw of at least DC 13 or become poisoned.
Nice. DC 13.
I think I also well during that I also isn't the hand axe 1d6 slashing as I'm reading from here.
Yes. That's going to be on. You have the player's book with you, right?
Yes, right here. I have it open on my left side.
I'll tell you the page it's on. It is
149.
Yeah, 149. Yes. Yeah, 1d6 slashing, light thrown, range 20-60.
Okay. I just that's also a strength, so that would add +7 to my attack bonus, I believe. If I'm writing this stuff down properly. Okay. Cool. I take the axe and put into the little mount that I've set up on my right shoulder to where it clips in so I can basically have it ready to be thrown.
Okay. And now with that, we are going to shift over to the other party members.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave and head toward the apothecary.
Okay. Well, while all of that was going on, Demovin and Ginger, you do eventually get to where
Hang on. Hey, as we're walking, I'm gonna look at the cat and be like, "This is the part where we leverage our position for free stuff."
What?
All right. So you do get to where the apothecary is. This building does stand out a little bit more than the others, just for the simple fact that like the door archway is like decorated in creeping vines and flowers, and there's like flower boxes by the windows that have on one side you see a variety of different herbs and such growing, and in the other you have like flowers and such like that. You do also notice that the door now does have a little sign etched in wood on it, and the sign does read "open."
Oh, yeah, we'll go in then. Oh,
So you all walk in, and you're both met with an aroma of a variety of different herbs and spices and such like that. Ginger,
Mhm.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh God. Let's see. Can I find my character sheet? Oh, 7.
Oh no.
Oh God.
So as you get assaulted, we'll say, by this cacophony of a variety of different scents and odors, there's one that hits you like crack cocaine.
Oh no.
Your eyes become very narrow, like your pupils become very narrow,
Do you want to put up
and
the
your
map?
fur kind of stands on end, and you start frantically looking around trying to find the source of this odor. Make a perception check.
Bump it up the store.
And as this is happening, you see this elderly lady coming out, kind of looking over at you all and says, "Hello, welcome into my shop. How can I help you today? Are you all right, young man?"
I rolled a 3.
You're not able to locate it. You kind of frantically look around, but there's just so much. There's so many smells. You're not really able to hone in on what that is.
Map.
But there's
Oh, yeah,
something
pick
in
your
here
map,
that just it smells like euphoria.
Oh God. Guy's first catnip experience.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, Piggy.
Oh,
Hey,
you have
good. You
the-
want to put up the map?
My
I was
bad.
about to- I was about to say. I'm like, hold up.
Let's see. Which one was it?
It's the square one.
This one? No. No.
I labeled it apothecary.
I know. I'm...
Nope.
Did I forget it? I might have
Oh, no.
forgotten it. Hold on. I did forget it. Okay, hold on.
I can DM it to you because I have it up real quick.
No, I have them all downloaded. I just need to add it on
Okay.
OBS first.
Yeah, I forgot to do that, so I was doing it as the intros were being done. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
This music
Very
on the background.
large.
Why
Lord,
is it so
Lord.
big? Okay, there we go.
There. All right,
Lord.
there we go.
Is there any way to make it actually fit the frame, or is it?
If you put it in between the top and the back. 'Cause it should,
I'm just curious.
Emphasis on should be 2 separate files.
It works. That's what I say.
Yeah.
There we go. Good enough.
See, luckily this one's square, so it's easier.
Yeah, I thought yeah. I'll make
It's
the other
fine.
one square from now on.
Yeah, it's fine. So, yeah, as you all enter into the shop, she does kind of regard you all, and she looks at you, Ginger, and says, "Are you all right?"
What is that?
Herbs.
Can I roll insight? I mean, like, wouldn't tabaxis be kind of the same way?
Oh, God.
Can I like read his behavior a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. This would definitely be an insight. Yeah.
That's a 14.
He definitely seems to catch a whiff of something that is just triggering like just a euphoric type state in him, but it's also making him kind of frantic in a way. Like you're seeing that his fur is like standing up on end and such like that, and you do notice, like, as you kind of take a moment and look around, it does seem like this lady is a cat person, because, well, you notice that there's like some food dishes and such behind the counter, like underneath the shelf in the back, and like a little litter box and thing. But on the shelf, you actually notice like satchels that are labeled catnip. They're like little burlap sachets or sachets, I would say, like that would fit in the palm of your hand, probably filled with the herb known as catnip. And you do know that like tabaxis normally don't like react to catnip in that way. Like they some have been known to like kind of smoke it in a way, but normally tabaxis don't go crazy over catnip like domesticated cats do. But Ginger here seems to not be like that.
He's not immune.
Can I roll animal handling to understand that entirely?
Sure.
Hey, that was a 19.
Hey, there you go.
Cool. I'm just gonna point to the catnip.
Oh, that kind of makes sense. As you kind of point that the old lady does kind of notice. Yes, this does make sense. You're taking a little fond of the catnip here. That's interesting. You normally tabaxis don't get in reaction like this, but I don't know. Maybe
Demovin's just gonna interrupt her. They are not tabaxi.
they're not. She kind of like um kind of like moves the glasses at the end that are the end of her nose kind of closer, and she kind of squints her eyes and kind of focuses in like, oh yeah, that's would you look
Our,
at that?
our friend here is not of this world. They came out of nowhere.
Aliens.
Ah!
I don't think they are not of this world. I think they are from a different
Dimension.
plane. I would say plane.
How would someone describe that to someone who just has no idea?
Yeah.
That does make a lot more sense now, that doesn't it? Huh. Well, that is interesting. Yeah, since you seem to like it so much, she takes up a sachet from the pile and just kind of tosses it to you, Ginger. There you go, on the house.
He doesn't even catch it. You know that thing that dogs do when like they smell something in the grass and like they try to rub their necks against it?
Yeah.
He does that on top of the satchel.
It just immediately plops down on top of it.
Doing the
The
like,
actual
rolling
weight,
thing.
Demovan, you notice that when Ginger does this, the floor actually does shake a little bit. Like there is some like weight behind Ginger. Like Ginger, even though Ginger does appear to be a little bit smaller, like there's definitely like some muscle to this character. Some heft, we should say.
Oomph.
Yeah, no, I was just as I'm noticing that, I'm just gonna while that's happening, I'm gonna actually cast Mage Hand again, and I'm gonna tie a little bit of a rope to the end of that catnip, and I'm just gonna have the Mage Hand like dangle it somewhere. That way he's like preoccupied, so I can talk to this person for a bit.
Yeah, Ginger, because of your wisdom saving throw earlier, you have no control over this. You are batting at that fucking thing like it is a toy gone wild.
Oh my god.
Oh, I can see the fan art now. So as that happens, the shopkeep does kind of look over at you and kind of regards you a bit. She says, "Hello there, kind sir. My name is Lady Ivy. How may I help you today?"
He's gonna look at her and say, "Well, it would seem that we are going to be the merchants that are carrying your supply, and I was
Oh.
just curious as if you, bleh, words. I was curious as if you might have a potion or elixir that might help us.
She kind of
Anything that
takes
you
a
could
moment.
spare."
She kind of takes a moment and she's like, "So, you're the group that's going to be protecting my precious ingredients, eh?" She kind of slowly leans over and looks at the cat in the background that's now batting at the thing like it's a toy.
He is mostly, as you can see, I would say a pet. As he is not of this world, he is merely our responsibility.
You don't even notice that he says this, Ginger. You're zoned. You're
He's got the zoomies.
you're in a little trip right now.
It's also I can hear my
Now
dog
we be
eating.
tripping.
As you can see by how he is behaving, I have him perfectly under control.
Well,
You see- you
go
say
ahead
that.
and make a deception check for me, Demovan.
I wouldn't even know because that's considered
Well, first
deception.
That is an
Deception.
18.
And then give me persuasion for the potion as she kind of regards the moment. She's
The
like,
deception is 18. The persuasion is 25. It was a net 20.
nice. Okay.
See, we're rolling
As
on
you
all
say
the
that's
weird
just a
shit.
pet and you kind of have him under control and stuff. She's like, "Oh, I can see that. Yes, okay." And she kind of regards you again and she's like, let's see. Well, we wouldn't want you all suffering any major damage out there. It is dangerous what you're going out and doing, so you know what? Sure, why not? Here, I may have a couple of things that might help you in one moment. And she kind of hops down off of her stool and walks around the back, in like back behind the walls where you can't really see and such. And you hear some like clinking and clattering and such like that. And she does come back with a belt pouch, a belt, eh, blah, blah, a potion belt. Thank you, brain. That is carrying two vials of liquid. One of which is like a thin vial that contains a red liquid on the inside that you could recognize right away as a potion of healing. And on the other one, though, is a more bulbous one where it starts off, the top of it is thin, but at the bottom of it, it kind of bulbs out. And the potion that it contains in there seems to be kind of silvery. She places the belt on the table or on the desk for you and says, "I've been holding on to these for quite a while, so I don't mind giving them away. Nobody in this town really buys them. They all really just want all the various herbs and spices that you see behind you and such. So, as far as actual adventurer styling potions and whatnot, I don't mind giving these away to some people that deserve them. Of course, here you see a normal, pure potion of healing to help if you ever suffer any major injuries. But this other potion is to kind of help make sure that you don't suffer from those injuries. It is a potion of defenses. So technically, jargon speaking, she's going to give you in world speak that it just gives you an aura of protection that can help stave off any type of damage. Basically, what this does is it anybody who drinks this potion for 1 hour after drinking the potion will have a +1 to their armor class as well as any saving throws that they may need to make.
Nice.
So +1 AC and saving throws for 1 hour after drinking the potion of defense.
Sorry to interrupt. Quick
it.
question, real quick. Pigu. Did Trilla give us 20 or 30 coins for our
The 20 to
okay.
start.
Okay, then I need to make sure that.
Oh, and Ginger, the rations, by the way, 10 in total.
Yeah.
And what were you about to say, Demovan?
Oh, what? I was just saying that I got it.
Okay. Now, that also being said, if you're interested in buying some supplies, I can actually provide you with the ingredients necessary that you might be able to brew these potions yourself. The recipes are a trade secret, so they do run a little pricey, but I guarantee you they are worth it.
They would be worth it, but I'm just curious if I would even have the ability to do that.
Everybody
to
has to
make
start
those-
somewhere.
I suppose I can take a look at what you have. Some small starting step for alchemy sounds like a good
Alrighty. Well,
investment.
I do currently have 2 recipes that are available for purchase, and they're actually these potions that I'm giving you today. I cannot part with these recipes just for free. Like I said, they are trade secrets, so I try to protect them as best I can. They both run about 15 gold pieces for each, so keep that in mind. But this one is for the how you would be able to make for a potion of healing. As she says, like a sealed like a scroll that is sealed in wax on the end, but like the wax is like a reddish tint to it. And then she also provides another one that is also sealed in wax, but it's like a whitish silver, just like the potion. Upon studying these, it might take some time to be able to decipher like all of the various weights and all the various ingredients and the processes involved and such. But after studying these scrolls for quite some time, I assure you, you will get all of the knowledge necessary to be able to brew your own potions.
He's gonna ponder over the scroll for the potion of healing, and then he's gonna like gesture and say like, "Yeah, I'll buy this then."
All right, 15 gold pieces if you wouldn't mind. And she takes the
He's
other scroll.
actually going to look back at Ginger and be like, "Hey, give me your gold."
I don't think he hears you.
Make a perception check, Ginger.
Ba, 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 ba.
As if he has any to begin with.
Let's see.
Basically, he's rolling to see how stoned he really is.
Yeah.
3.
Are you
God.
serious?
Yeah.
All
So,
right.
My boy
as you
is
look back,
gone.
Demovin, as you look back, you see Ginger has somehow managed to get the bag away from the mage hand because, like, you took a moment to ponder the scrolls, and Ginger took that moment's distraction to snatch the bag from the from the hand, and is now like on his back, holding the bag in his teeth and forearms, and is steadily rabbit kicking it with his back legs.
Oh well, he's just gonna use the complete distraction of the cat to. He knows what a bag of holding is. He knows how to get the gold out of the bag of holding.
Give me one moment here. Hold on. Let me see. How am I going to find this quickly? Where are these things? Of course, it's not going to be in the appendix.
Ginger, I
I'm just
honestly feel
seeing
bad for you.
if I'm just seeing if like bags of holding are a tune.
I don't think
Nope.
that would be.
Nope.
Okay.
Yep. Nope. Yeah. You can totally do that.
So yeah, he's just gonna will that little gold pouch out while he's distracted and count out 15 gold pieces and give it to her.
Okay. We're still gonna keep that same perception check, Ginger, because you are rabbit kicking a bag of catnip and you are in La La Land.
Yep. I am
Other
gone.
than that, he's not touching his stuff. He's just paying for the thing.
Oh, Ginger doesn't
He
care
needs-
about money.
He
Ginger
needs his-
probably
yeah,
wouldn't
he already
even realize.
figured. He heard the discussion earlier about never
So-
having money. I was like, he won't mind a little bit less.
Yeah.
Are you taking like the entire 20 gold pieces, or are you just taking the 15 needed for the scroll?
I'm taking the 15. Wait, did she say there was a discount if you got both of them?
No.
I was just saying because they're 15 each, and I need those gemstones. I don't want to take all of his money, so I'll take the potion of healing, and then I'll just relay the information about there being a recipe for the resistance potion.
Okay.
Can Jin come in right about this time? Because
It's about this time that Jin is actually being handed the dagger.
oh, okay. I forgot this is simultaneous. Because then I could help. I could give him the 15 for the other scroll.
Well, I was gonna head back to the weapon store anyways. We have a cat that has nothing, at least to our understanding. They have no means of defending themselves here.
So basically, we're just gonna swap stores.
Yeah, kinda. Or we could meet up at one and then go back to the other.
Oh, good lord.
Ginger
I
has
imagine-
some stuff on him, like what he fell into the world with, but
The electric
Yeah,
shock
like
thing.
the normal like stuff that like your class would start with, Ginger, like you still have those.
Mhm.
You know, like for instance, like a dagger, like you definitely would have had a dagger in that world. It's not like daggers don't exist.
yeah.
You would have it for like hunting and meat processing and such like that. So
What does one hunt in the city?
You'd be
Rats.
surprised.
I'd rather not question it.
sometimes you don't want to question it.
Yep.
Giant cockroaches, because we've already established that they can survive anything.
Okay.
You're
God,
from the
I'm
capital
imagining-
wasteland, I see.
Yeah, like I'm imagining like the Fallout
Oh my
sized cock. Ugh.
RoboFish said we should check. You should check to see if there's any shock resistance poisons for Jin.
Yep.
But yeah, no. As that's happening, the I'm gonna have the mage hand like yank the bag again so we can get going over to the weapon store.
It's
Okay.
like luring him like like a horse on a string with the carrot on the string.
Go,
Yeah,
Ginger,
carrot
go
on a
ahead and,
stick.
Yeah.
Ginger, go ahead and give me another wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Also, my dog is playing now because of course he is. Oh, I got a nat 20 this time.
Okay, so like the initial shock of this, like what you suppose is some sort of crazed drug that this world just happens to have and was just tossed to you for free. You definitely begin to enjoy it, but like it starts like seeping in a little bit, and you start maintaining control and such like that. So you're not like going insane over it anymore. But you're not able to hear Ginger or Jin at all.
Hello.
Is anybody else
Yes,
anybody else
Desmond?
having problems hearing them too?
I can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear.
I can hear everybody.
That's weird. Oh, it's really low. Yeah, let me turn them up on my end.
Do I just maybe need to move my mic closer?
It could just be.
No, that's okay. I
Discord
can
thing.
turn you up. Yeah, it might just be Discord being Discord.
I am really loud.
Jin, say something for me.
Hello. Hey, how is everybody today?
I will say
And-
a few of your guys' voices sound a little similar, but I can. Luckily, the pictures are able to light up to tell me who's who.
Yeah.
And Ginger.
Meow.
Mao.
Markiplier's meow.
Mao. Am I
I'm
a
messing
cat?
the fuck out of you.
All right, there we go. But okay. Still a little low for Ginger.
No.
Well, that's also just Ginger.
Yeah.
Ginger quiet.
And
we all got a
okay.
drink.
Yep.
Said that Bunny is a little loud, or Demovin's a little loud. Just turn you just a smidge
No,
down.
no, not a little loud, or really loud.
Okay,
Just
there we
perfect.
go. OSHA has no place in D&D. Exactly.
Yeah.
OSHA hasn't even been
All right.
invented yet. Neither
Thank you
has
for
the
letting me
Geneva
know.
Convention.
No Geneva conventions. No Genevas. All right. So as you finish up with that transaction demo, was there anything else that you were wanting to do here, or did you just want to go ahead and head back to the shop or to
No,
the weapon shop?
he's just gonna politely nod to the shopkeeper and let her know that he'll keep her stuff safe, and then leave.
I greatly appreciate it. What was
Am I
your
supposed
name?
to
I
buy
didn't
you?
catch that. What was y'all's name again?
He's gonna ponder for a moment and then look at the piece of paper that's in his pocket. Then he's gonna say Demovin, I think.
But all right, Demovin, you take good care of yourself. And that little, she looks back behind your shoulder again. That little creature back there as well. You're just like you're back there, just kind of like you maintain control, but you're still like holding a hold of it, just kind of huffing it a bit. Just God, this
Come
smells
now.
fucking good.
Come now, we should catch up with the others.
Yeah.
Thanks for the drugs.
Oh god.
His new addiction.
Catnip.
First sample is always free.
Oh
So
god.
yeah, as Halmak and Jin, you're about this time also wrapping up things with rubies and start heading out to the street as well. And you see further down the street towards like where the town entrance is, you see Demovin and Ginger also exiting the apothecary as well. And it is actually here where we're going to go ahead and take our first 5-minute break of the evening. Everybody go ahead and get up, stretch your legs, go potty, refresh your water. I need to let my puppers out as well. And we will be back for a lot more D&D here in just a moment. Stay tuned, everybody.
Bye.
Okay. Mm.
Bit.
Bleh.
It has returned.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Mike.
Okay, I'm here.
Welcome back as well. We're just waiting on Jin now.
I'm here, just chewing. So I muted my mic.
Oh yeah, so was I.
Alrighty. Oh, and I gotta take away the break thing. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you all for hanging out and staying tuned. Before we continue on, oh my god, I was literally just about to talk about this too.
So I heard something
Oh.
whispering. What was that?
And I messed that up because everything was on top of my Twitch alerts. Wait, where is it?
Dude.
I said someone might need to change the map from an apothecary shop to the town, but what do I know?
Are we in the
Yeah,
town?
in just one moment. I completely messed this up for what is that? Oh, that's that. Okay. Yeah, I messed up the Twitch thing. Oh my god, Cat Streets, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub to So Tired. I really,
no.
really appreciate that. And yes, actually, that means
Oh
that for the very first time, we actually have somebody who purchased an incentive off of our incentive menu. As you all can see above my head, I was actually just about to talk about this. That's you, Hallmark, not that. Um, the menu above my head has a whole bunch of different incentives on it for anybody that helps to support the stream and such that a variety of different things can happen. For 100 to 400 bits, you can buy a round of drinks or healing potions for the party. For subs or 500 bits or resubs, we will actually roll on a chaos table that I actually have here as a DM. Or for anything that is $20 or above, you are purchasing a Bane or Boon brisket. And that is your choice of whether you can either bless the party with something really good or you could curse the party with something really bad. And we actually have a purchase on that today. Enjoy your sub sandwich there, Cat Treats, as we roll on the chaos table. Let me also pull up the town real quick. Let me boop, there we are. And 41 on the chaos table.
I'm scared.
So as you all are coming together, reminiscing over like the various purchases and such like that, Jin, you're walking happily, kind of looking down at the dagger that was just gifted to you, when all of a sudden it disappears.
Oh,
It
Aw.
vanishes, and in its place, you see a note that has been sloppily written that says, "Ha ha ha, got you, and now yours is mine. You'll never find me in this watery place."
we're going to the lake. Son of a biscuit.
I go over to Jen like, what happened?
So
I show him the note. My dagger, my beautiful dagger, is gone.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Who am I? All right. Who am I? Who? No one steals from somebody on my watch. Who we beating up?
I don't know. Do I know? Do I recognize the handwriting? Can I roll for?
not at all. It looks like it was written by a child. Like it's just very sprawling and shaky and large, misshapen letters.
Probably another goblin.
I also
So the
as the notes in
the
my hand, I also examine it too. I'm like, watery place. Interesting.
The only watery place around here is the lake.
Well, I mean, in the oceans.
manga
Well,
has-
we're not in our town.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. I just handed it back the note. I'm like, okay, well, that's the only thing we can go off of. And we
So
see
you
Dovin
can-
and Ginger in the distance as well, coming up to us.
Jin, you can thank Cat Treats for rolling the disappearance.
Thank you for the sub for
Yeah,
the
thank you for
channel,
this.
but
Thank you for giving out the sub to So Tired. I really appreciate that. All right, so y'all decide to run off towards the lake.
well,
I mean, they do. I still want to go to the weapons store.
yeah, we still need to go to the apothecary. We need to get ready for this.
Adventure
I-
that we must go on.
I have to look up the sky, the sun, to see, basically give an idea what time it is, how much time we have until we have to leave.
Give me a nature check.
Okay. That's the 13 plus nothing. Okay, 13.
13. You can guess that maybe half of the allotted time that you were given has already passed.
Okay.
You guess maybe about 15 minutes or so before the carriage is due to arrive.
Okay. I don't know how long it's gonna take us to get to the lake. Jen, how long do you think it's gonna take us to get to the lake?
Lake's only about like 150 feet away. It's not far.
All right.
Like it's so close you can smell it.
Jim, what do you want to do?
Throw the cat in.
No.
I was gonna say, if one of them wants to take the cat to the weapon shop, I'll go to the lake because if we need to swim, I don't need to breathe.
I guess we'll meet up.
Tell you
first
what,
we'll meet up.
if you go to the lake, there's no way Jin would know about the other scroll, would he?
Mm-mm.
I did relay that information. I said I would.
Yeah, we can
Well,
say
we
that like when y'all first met up and like Demavin was shouting out, "Hey, they got a potion making scroll in there. Potion making
Yeah.
recipe."
Okay, so
Resistance potion help you not get shocked.
And then poof, dagger gone. Drama ensues.
Oh.
okay, I will, since I'm headed to the apothecary now anyway, I will buy that scroll for you if you check out the lake for me.
I can do that. That's easy enough.
So who's gonna take care of Ginger, who is completely encapsulated by what is it, catnip?
Yeah,
He's not gonna go near the water.
Just I don't know. Keep the string held, or if you probably look strong enough to do it.
Okay, bye, and he just starts walking away.
All right.
I'll follow Ginger, and Dovin and Jen can go wherever they need to go. I guess.
So Halmac and Ginger are going to Ruby's,
I guess so.
Yeah.
and Jin's going to Apothecary. Demavin is going to the lake.
That's a shame. I really wanted to meet that goblin.
All right. Let's see. We will.
This is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna say that.
So, Halmac and Ginger, what is it that you are going to be going for with the for Rubies?
Well,
That's a good question.
I guess well, I'm gonna just take a second to assume that Demavin has told us that Ginger may need a weapon, and I speak of, well, we just met with the shopkeeper. I'll go see if there's anything fit for our friend here, who seems to be encapsulated by drugs at the moment, and we move on.
No,
It's
he's
not a drug. It's a plant. It just happens to grow that way.
yeah.
The plant didn't choose to be a drug for cats.
But also too, like Ginger has like full control over himself
Okay.
again. He's just
Okay.
kind of huffing it every now and again, just be like, "God, that smells good."
Yeah, kind of like when like you get something like I say like a tea, like a tea that smells really good. Just
Alright, I'm like, actually, first I guess I'll just ask Ginger, hey Ginger, do you need any weapons or anything like that?
not really.
Oh, you don't? Interesting.
No?
Okay. We'll head over to Ruby's anyway, see if there's anything you want there.
Sure.
Alright. That's how we'll part.
Okay, well, we'll say that you two just kind of go and generally browse.
The
Ginger,
town, I
you can
guess.
let me know if there's anything that like catches your eye if you want to take a look, like closer look at the Ruby map.
Mhm.
Jin, you're just gonna go in and purchase the scroll, correct?
Well, I wanted to see if she had any healing potions that I could buy.
Okay. So yeah, as you do enter in, she looks up at you and bids you welcome. Hello, welcome in.
Hello, Miss Ivy. How are you today?
It's so good to see you, Jin dear. Are you off with this group as well? Were you able to get that job?
Yes, I was. So
Good, good.
I was hoping you'd have some healing potions for
Well,
sale.
I did actually only had the one, and I already gave it to your bird friend, and I also gave him the potion for like a little bit of defense as well to kind of help stave away the injuries.
Mm,
He also purchased one of my recipes. I was wondering if maybe you'd be interested in the other. Hmm?
yes, actually, I wanted to buy that for him because he's doing a favor for me.
Good,
So,
good, absolutely. If you don't mind, then 15 gold pieces, please. I
I
can't give you a discount for this one, I'm afraid. It's very strict price. It's family set. You understand?
oh, totally understand. No problem. We own a
Thank
shop
you.
too, so
Thank
and I
you,
hand
thank
her
you.
over the 15 gold.
All right, and here you go. She hands you the scroll that is like sealed with whitish silvery wax.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I
Oh, thank
appreciate the
you.
business. Be safe out there. Keep my goodies safe as well. You know how much care I put into my ingredients.
And that's exactly how much care we will take in making sure it gets there safe. No
Oh,
problems.
good. No peeking.
I promise.
Well, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by.
You be safe now.
You
And he
too.
waves and heads over to the bar.
All right, Demovin. It doesn't take you too very long to get to where the lake is at. Probably about the time Jin is actually handing the gold over to Lady Ivy is about the time that you get to the lake. It doesn't seem like much. It's just a very unbecoming lake. The water is still, doesn't, slightly ripples with the wind. You can kind of see that there's few fish that are floating or swimming around in it here and there. So it's a lively, active pond, very healthy.
I would like to roll investigation to like peer into the pond, see if I can maybe get a better understanding of what's going on beneath the water,
Sure.
besides just the little bits of fish.
As you push your head into it, the water is actually pretty crystal clear. So go ahead and give me an investigation, just normal, no disadvantage, because it's crystal clear water.
To 20.
20, dirty 20?
Dirty. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, easy enough. You look around, you notice that the pond itself, while it looks like it would be shallow, like from the top, it's actually a lot deeper than the surface would lead it to believe. In fact, at the very bottom, you notice what appears to be a hole, maybe like a hole to like a little cave or something that's like deep down and it submerged under the water.
Oh boy.
Probably about, I'd guesstimate, 50 feet deep.
So he's going to casually take his clothes off because he doesn't want to get them wet.
Letting it flap in the in the breeze. Yeah.
Well, but he's gonna
It's
like have his like
feathers,
he's
chat.
gonna
It's
like for now
feathers.
have his like mage hand like hold his stuff like a coat hanger. And then he's gonna just go with his staff and dive into the water to go towards that little crevasse, I guess.
Okay. It's honestly easy enough to do so. I'm not gonna have you like roll me any constitution checks because again, you don't need to breathe. So it's pretty simple for you to swim through the water. The staff does kind of make it a bit like a little difficult to do, but your wings definitely help a lot in that matter. Like you're able to hold the staff with your arms and kind of swim with your wings like you would with your arms. So you eventually get down to the bottom within just a couple of moments, and you notice that this is indeed like an entrance to a small cave. It does seem to kind of fall back into the back, or falls back a bit into darkness. But with your dark vision, you're able to see there's only about like 5 feet that it goes down, and then it kind of rises up a little bit, and it appears that there might be like an air pocket or something because you can actually see like the surface of the water break.
All right, time to keep going forward. Then that seems like the place I need to go, off to the air pocket.
Okay. As you go up into the air pocket, it's actually quite small. Maybe just like maybe like a beaver or some other small rodent or something had found its way down here and made a little hovel for itself. Um, you notice like some old sticks and branches and such, and nestled in all of that, you notice a hilt kind of sticking out, wrapped in green leather.
I'm going to look around for traces that the owner of this hovel might still be here.
You don't. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
15.
15. You notice that like the stuff that's in here is quite aged. Like whatever may have lived in here has long since moved on. But the only thing that seems fresh or new in any way, shape, or form is this dagger.
Assuming that it must be the dagger that they were talking about and perceiving no threat, he's just gonna grab it.
All right, easy enough. The dagger slips out of the mud, almost like it kind of just like was stabbed in a little bit. The dagger itself is a little dirty, but once you submerge it into the water, whatever residue is on it easily washes away.
All right, time to swim back. Easy enough,
And
I suppose.
with and now any further issue, you
You
swim
have
back to the
arm
top of the
slippers.
lake, and you're able to make your way out over to your clothes, kind of shake yourself dry a little bit, and put your
Yeah,
stuff back on.
yep. Just get dressed, go back.
And now you
Find
have
the
a free
dagger.
dagger.
Oh god, no! I was gonna say, oh god's got a gem on it. He'd peck at it, but it's a tooth. So
Yeah, no, yeah, yeah. You can definitely tell Demovan, like when you look at like now that you actually have a moment, like now you're out in the water and such, and you have a moment to kind of observe the dagger. You kind of notice that it's pretty beautifully crafted. The hilt of itself of the dagger itself seems to actually have been carved from the tooth, and like that's why it was wrapped in leather, because maybe there was like some sharp jagged edges from the carving process. um, but you could definitely tell this is definitely the tooth of a dragon.
Um, can I roll like history to see if like I might be able to tell like who crafted it into a dagger? Like
You can
what
certainly
kind of
try.
work would be done? Yeah.
Yeah.
Curiosity.
It's 22.
22. You definitely know that the process to weaponize like dragon bits has been practiced for a very long time. Like basically for as long as there's been dragons, there have been humanoids that have crafted weapons from the remains of dragons, like their hides and bones being crafted into, fire resistant armor, coming from a red dragon, or, you know, teeth from, green dragons, in this instance being made into like poison daggers and such like that. While it is a process that is widely known and been practiced for a long time, there's not a lot of people that still remember how to do it. There's a lot of dragons now that kind of hide away in fear that they might actually be hunted and made into weapons. There are some that just like they obviously make themselves a threat, and so when that happens, they're made into weapons and such like that too. But there's also like a lot of good dragons in the world too that fear that they may be hunted to be crafted into a weapon one day. Like your gold dragons, your silver dragons, copper, brass, etc. Like really good nature dragons that just want to help people and help civilizations sometimes get hunted by evil means so that way they can be made into weapons.
I wonder if I know how to make something like that from my time.
Yeah, actually, when I get back, can I like actually discuss that with the dwarf who would seem to understand that? I
Yeah, of
feel like
course.
the nature of my background, I might have rapport with dwarves, considering the plane of existence they may have made themselves home in.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I guess I'll tell dwarf when we get back about that. But I'm gonna give the dagger back to Jin now. I
Okay.
assume I'm coming up to the store as he's leaving.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, by the time you're up there, because it was a quick process of just diving down there and recovering the dagger and bringing it back up.
Seems like the walk
Um,
would have been longer.
yeah. So yeah, by the time you get back, Jin is actually on his way, like out into the group. Ginger and Hallmack are just kind of hanging out in front of Ruby's. I'm guessing not really having found anything that caught Ginger's eye.
Nah, I
But
don't think so either. I wouldn't think so if Ginger's already like, I already have some. I may have a few things, so I'm not really worried about it.
Yeah.
I'm
I
just
mean, he
sitting
does have
there.
claws.
True. Either way, I'm just sitting out there, just waiting for the others, just with my arms crossed.
okay. And
Kind
yeah,
of looking
you
at.
all meet back up, and I would say that Demovin kind of mentions about the dagger and the craft history that he kind of pondered for a bit to you, Hallmack. And when that happens, if you want to, you can go ahead and make a history check for me
I
to
will.
see what you know about it.
All right, I will do a history check. I don't think I'll have any advantage to any advantage to this at all, so it's just gonna be.
Now, this will just be a flat one.
Yep. All right, I rolled. Oh crap, 4.
Four.
Yeah.
It's like I was. It's not a lot of people know how to do dragon stuff. It is widely known about. Like you know about it. Like you're not like, oh my god, I've never seen a dragon. Well, you may not have actually seen a dragon made weapon before, but you know of them, especially with you being in the smith trade and such. But other than just knowing that they exist, you don't know anything else about it.
And I basically say that. With that being said, I basically say I take a like. I've heard of stuff like that. I haven't made anything of myself, unfortunately, not from my memory. It is a fine piece of craftsman, I will say. Not these items are very rare. I can tell you that. That's the information I gathered. No of them, never made any myself.
How much time do we have left before the carriage? I really want to meet this goblin.
As you actually begin to ponder that, you start hearing clip clops of horse
Fuck!
hooves. But if you wanted to go in there real quick, you would have time. Like it's not
No,
like
that's
you
fine.
immediately have to leave as soon as it shows up.
We'll be back. It's okay. I don't want to do anything selfish.
Well, I could ask Ruby about who may have tried to steal it. If we have time, but
Well, I'll say like you all watch as like you look down towards the end of the street and you see that a horse-drawn carriage does indeed start to come up. Um, but the guy actually like stops by in front of the apothecary first and jumps out and walks in first. So you probably have some time while they go in and set up like the package and um like or I mean the delivery stuff and get it like set up in the wagon. So
Sounds
you
good
would
to
have
me.
time. You would have time.
I'll wait outside. I'll just basically basically look like I'll basically stand outside basically to signal of where the escort party is to escort this traveler or this horse-drawn carriage rather.
Okay.
I look back real quick and point to Helmut and be like, "No peeking," she said, and keep walking
I'm like, no peeking what?
at the cart.
Oh, okay. I'm like, okay, fine.
Now I want to peek.
Okay, whatever.
So Demovin and Jin, you're gonna go into Ruby's.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
On to Ruby, I need you.
And I would say too, Ginger, if you wanted to go in as well, so that way you can like officially meet Ruby as well.
Probably.
Guaranteed no catnip.
Aw.
Lots of daggers though. I make sure I put a lot of daggers in there.
All right. So Yeah, you all go ahead and hold on.
Also, on that little cart that looks like a little trolley-like thing, there's like jewelry and trinkets and stuff like that on there.
Alrighty. That you all walk into Ruby's shop, and she kind of looks up at you while she's got on like jeweler's glasses with like three lenses that are down, and she was like looking at something like really close. As she looks up at you all, and
Oh, welcome back in, Jin, darling. Are these your two other friends? Wait, what is that?
as she points at Ginger.
I've never seen a creature like that. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. Come here. I must scratch you. Come here. Come here.
Oh no. Oh no.
She actually like hops over her desk or her countertop and starts like walking over to you, like like motioning like she's gonna scratch at you. And you look as she like approaches you, this goblin wearing a sequin dress that's 2 sizes too big, an overly done red wig, and red painted construction nails that are wire tied to her fingertips, and which she is now waving menacingly at your direction, signifying that she wants to scratch you.
Ruby,
Oh.
wait.
Oh god. Yeah, he's gonna stand on his back legs, just be like, fuck off. No.
Demovin's just gonna spread his wing out to like create like a fake wall between them.
Okay, fine. No touchies, no touchies. Welcome in. Also, beautiful wingspan. Look at that. Impressive, you.
Why
Welcome
the fuck
on
is she
in, you
green?
two. My name is Ruby. Welcome to my Rubik's. If there's anything here that you would like, just let me know. If anything catches your eye.
Why is she
Demovin's just gonna
green?
stand there and like twist his head around to look around the room.
Oh god.
You
This owl.
see an odd variety of odd things, just like one thing that definitely catches your eye is over in the corner you actually see what looks like a duck, a rubber duck with a bunch of arcane runes kind of drawn on it, and it's underneath like a glass dome that just kind of is what helps make it stand out so much. And there's also a note card on the front of it that says absolutely perfectly normal rubber duck that's absolutely not cursed whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
He's just gonna walk up to the duck and just kind of stare at it for a while.
It
And then he's
stares
gonna
back at you with what seems to be plastic beady eyes.
and he's gonna turn around and look at the storekeep and be like, "What's with the cursed duck?"
It's not cursed one bit. It's perfectly normal.
Oh yeah, prove it.
She gets up, walks over to the duck, opens up the dome, picks it out, holds it in her hand, and goes, just squeezes it, and it goes squeak. And she puts it back down and puts the dome down and walks back over to her desk and sits down.
That is insulting to my entire kind.
Oh,
I love it. How much?
you're actually
No.
interested in the duck, are you? Well, I'm sure I could part with it for just about 2 silver pieces.
Oh.
Don't have any shiny pebbles worth only 2 silver pieces.
The shiny pebble, as you say.
He's just gonna peck at the gem on his staff, just as kind of an indicator.
Donovan,
I see.
Ginger gonna take the coin pouch out of the bag and just hand it to you.
Oh,
He-
money.
So he does not care.
I'm just gonna toss her a gold then. Give me the
Well,
totally not
very
cursed
much.
duck.
And she puts it into her register and pulls out 8 silver pieces and hands them back to you.
He just
There, your
declines them.
change.
He's not interested in silver pieces, only shiny pebbles.
Shiny
Oh.
click clacks.
Well, perhaps to you then. She motions to Ginger.
He shrugs and takes it.
All right.
It was how
And
much?
enjoy the duck.
He's just gonna shove the duck kinda into
There's
Ginger's
a voodoo
bag.
doll in there too.
Oh god.
Ginger, you might be interested in that. We could stuff it with. Well, he didn't. He wasn't there for the catnip thing. Sorry. But yeah, there's a
Oh, God.
voodoo doll.
Yeah, like you all look and there's one desk that's kind of out in the middle, or one table, I should say, quote unquote table. It's literally just two wooden boxes with a piece of wood across it. But on that wood, you see like a couple of dolls. One that looks like a ventriloquist doll. One that kind of looks like a stuffed little girl's doll. There's a stuffed teddy bear, but in the middle of them, you see a humanoid shaped stitched doll that has red X's for eyes, black stitching across its mouth, and a variety of needles just kind of jutting out of it.
Ginger's gonna eye the teddy bear for a little bit in terms of like how much.
The teddy bear is like a little worn a bit, and it's like one of its eyes is kind of like hanging down a bit. The leg is the foot on the like right leg is a little torn. It's got a little stuffing coming out of it. Ruby kind of looks over at it, regards it a bit, and goes,
Hmm. I think we could part for that for a silver.
Deal. He takes it and puts it in his bag and then hands the coin over very begrudgingly.
I love how y'all are actually buying the junk.
He has a reason
Hey, you
for
never
it.
know when you're gonna need a not so cursed duck.
Exactly.
Well, Piggy probably knows why I'm doing the teddy bear.
Yeah, I do.
Well, thank you all very much for your patronage. It's very much appreciated.
Okay, Auntie Ruby, I need to talk to you about something. Can we?
What's
You know
what's on your mind, dear? What's
you
up?
you know that beautiful, beautiful dagger that you gave me?
Well, of course. Is everything all right?
Well, it disappeared, and in its place was this note, and I show it to her. But
Oh.
Demovin went and got it from the lake. He retrieved the dagger, so I have it back. But I was
think a
wondering if you
beaver
may
stole it.
know something about this.
She kind of takes the note from you and regards it a little bit, kind of squints her eyes, and
Possibly.
give me a moment. She gets down and walks over to like a book on one of her shelves that's actually in the store itself. Kind of reads it over a little bit and kind of compares a couple of things. Goes,
Yep, look at that. Sure shit. No, that's just funny. You just was visited by the trickster, is all.
What?
The trickster. It's a bit of something to do with the weave. Every now and again, just one of those random things that just happens because of the scar, you know.
The note kind of funnily smells a little bit like liver treats.
just kind of gives it a whiff.
I would have said elderberry.
Well, it came from cat treats, so for cat
I
treats.
get it. I get it.
Yes, but yeah, it just seems to be one of those things that just happens every now and again. Nobody really knows what it's for, but random notes like this have just been known to happen every now and again. Something precious or powerful will suddenly vanish and appear somewhere else.
Well, I mean, Demovan went and got it for me, so he rescued it back. So I still
Thank
have
you
it. And
very much,
he clutches the
Demovan.
dagger to his chest. It's very precious. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Demovan. It's very kind of you to have received that. Thank you so much.
He's gonna lean on the counter. He's gonna kind of be like, "All right, level with me. Who made that?"
Who made the dagger? None known to me. It came in with my shipments.
That's helpful.
I see. He's
I
gonna get up and
I actually do believe. Hold on, let me check something. And she actually goes and checks on some of her records and goes, "Aha! Yes. Apparently that dagger came from Claw City, which is the the capital here of our northern trade end. Just due east of our peninsula." She comes back over.
seems I may have to make a trip here soon. I appreciate the information.
Of course, of course. I'm glad I could help. And good luck with your mission.
Thank you.
Come on, fellow merchants. We have herbs to sell. Totally secret herbs that we may not look at.
Drugs.
The one owl video.
All right.
All right, so you all begin to head back out, and it's at this time you actually notice that the person who drove the carriage into the city is now in the back of that carriage, kind of securing some stuff with ropes and straps and things. And you also notice like Hal Mack, who's kind of hailing you all as he's standing over by the carriage itself.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waving over with my hand overhead, say, "Come," basically say, "Come on, we got stuff to do." Not like that, but like I'm just like, "Come on, let's get a move on."
Yep.
It's like what, noon right now? Maybe.
It is starting to approach, yeah, about like 11 o'clock, 11:30 ish. Yeah.
Dark as the zoomies. Oh no.
It's fine. He's fine.
All right. Everything's set?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Alright,
Oh, as soon as I unmute, he starts running around again. Really, bud?
All right, so
As we're walking toward the cart, you see Jin. He reaches down and plucks up a pebble off the road.
okay. As you all approach the carriage, you notice that two crates have been secured into the back. They are actually made of redwood, kind of reminiscent of the flooring for you, Jin, in Ruby's shop. And you maybe wonder if she gave over some of the extra redwood that she had for it. But one thing that you do notice is that the boxes, while they are like tied down to the carriage itself with ropes, the lids of them, while they are like nailed shut, they also have like seals of parchment that seem to be attached to them with wax and substance of some sort, like just kind of covering some of like every single edge of the top. And upon a closer look, you notice that there's actually like arcane runes that are inscribed or at least like drawn on these slips of paper, like all across these the cargo itself. As you all approach, the cabin or the carriage driver himself kind of looks up and regards you all and says, "Morning. Y'all the ones gonna be taking this here carriage?"
I nod.
Yes. Do I know him?
Alright. You do not recognize this person, no.
No.
Are you coming with us or are you staying here?
Well, I'll be staying here and heading my own way back. I got some transportation coming to get me. When y'all get to Smithson, just leave the carriage at the stables. It's where it will be ended up. Also, I was told to inform y'all that the delivery pay will be taken care of by Smithson, so y'all won't have to necessarily be heading straight back here.
Good to know. Thank you.
I love this closed captioning sometimes. Beheading straight back hair.
Oh, God.
I had to
guys
turn
don't
it off.
behave
It was
just
too
back here?
distracting.
It's so fun. I love it. It's hilarious. But yeah, so basically he just informs you all that you don't need to bring the carriage back here. You don't have to return back to Armgard unless you got some reason to come back here. But yeah, your pay and everything will be taken care of at Smithson.
Jin, you mind taking the reins? I'll sit alongside you, and it's just seem to know the land so well.
So he hops up and sits on the seat and kind of locks his legs underneath the plank since it's too tall for him.
And you do know too that Smithson is due south of Armgard. So there's only one road that leads south out of here, and that is that one main road that has also been plagued by the bandits and such like that. So
I just
kill
I'm
bandits.
off. I just basically go alongside Jin and pull and unlatch my crossbow from my backpack and just sit with it ready. Basically, like how a coach gun would be in the 1400s for
okay.
a carriage.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And
So is it the one in the middle?
Um, Oh wait, yeah, there's a couple of roads leading out now and there. Yeah, we'll say the one that's in the middle. We'll say the one that's like off on the side is the one that's kind of like it's leading more west. Like it starts off south, but it kind of curves off and goes west after a while.
That's the one on the back roads, the one road I came in on. So that's kind of where I came from, taking the back roads from my introduction. So
Yeah, when you first
Yeah,
came in, you
true.
came in from that southeastern road, but that's just because you had to go through so many like back end trails and game trails that you eventually got to that road and came in through that way.
yeah,
And the middle
Okay.
one's thicker too. Wider trees and
Thicker. Thick. All right. So you all go ahead and get into the carriage. The front of the carriage is only like enough room for 2 people. So Jin and a Hallmac would be in the front, and then Demovin and Ginger would have to be in the back riding with the cargo. But
I am
there
perched
are
on
like
top of the cargo.
or perched on top of the cargo too. That works too. But there are like benches along the side of the cart. So if you needed to like take a seat or lay out on them, you can.
I'm thinking
But
about this. Like this cart looks like one of the carts that you see in Skyrim when you first ride into Helgen. That basically has those 2 benches on the side and has a center area that has it,
hey,
and
you
maybe have a. That's just kind of an
finally
idea.
awake.
Oh, God.
That's kind of how I
Uh,
imagine this cart looks like.
all right. So, Jin, you're gonna be the one driving the carriage.
yes.
Okay. Go ahead and give me animal handling check.
Oh,
Oh, wish me luck, guys.
don't kill us.
Oh,
I will actually say make it with advantage since these horses are very domesticated and docile.
Oh no.
let's see here. 7. I
So
rolled a 4 and a 3.
Oh.
So you take up the reins in both hands and just kind of feel like you get put on the spot for a moment as Halmax like, yeah, you go ahead and drive and I'll cover you. And as he starts talking, he just kind of goes into womp, 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 womp noise as you just kind of look at the reins in your hands and then you look up at the horses and go, oh, fuck. You just kind of wiggle the reins a little bit and go, yo, giddy up. After a while, you kind of just like start making different motions and you kind of like jerk your hands a bit and go, yeah. And the horses take that as enough of a signal to eventually start to lurch forward and take off. But as you're doing it, you kind of take a moment and look around, and the guy who drove the carriage in kind of catches your eye and he just kind of shakes his head and goes, they're doomed.
No. Oh.
Oh yeah, the horses just take off without the cart. Yeah. But after a while, you begin to navigate the horses a little bit to start taking on to the south road, and after a while, they just kind of go off on their own pace as the town behind you just kind of begins to drown out and fade away. The open grasslands and plains start to begin to open into more thick and sturdy forests. Um, you start to hear all of the birds and insects chirping, and Ginger, your eyes are just like going wide right now as you look around in just complete awe at just the beautiful nature that has kind of presented itself to you. You're taking a moment to just kind of just absorb it all in, and it just awe inspires you to see all of this abundant nature, all of this life. You see squirrels jumping through the trees instead of being locked up in cages. You see towering, twisted, gnarled branches instead of broken windows and ruined skyscrapers. It's just it's something truly to behold. and you just kind of get lost in it as the cart just kind of trails along. Uh, Demovin, you just kind of take a moment to kind of ponder the situation. This weird person that just kind of popped out of nowhere. You try to search your own memory and try to think if there's ever anything that you can remember about, the situation and what's going on. You try and remember even the last time you even rode in a cart, trying to piece it all together. And Hallmack, you find yourself very appreciative to be in the front of the cart instead of the back, like you were at the beginning of this. This much smoother ride is just allows you to really bring in the abundant, beautiful joy that is this forest trail. Hold on one second. Where is it? There it is.
The music I put on for this really helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine switched over to a different song and it fit really well. Because when you started talking about like Ginger's thing.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'm glad your guys' music helped. Mine randomly switched to the fight theme from Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh,
And I had a heart attack.
and Jin, you are kind of shitting bricks. You're scared. These beasts are big. Like you got two horses that are pulling this carriage, and they are like the big Highland type horses. Like big furry fur like down by the hooves. They're just like big, massive, like pulling horses. They're going at a steady pace, and it's not too fast, but you just keep picturing in your mind them just like breaking off into a run or something, and you're just like gripping these reins with a death grip. That's when, as you all are going along and everything is just peaceful, suddenly everything falls quiet. The birds stop chirping. The insects stop buzzing. And you hear off in the distance a roar.
I take my finger off of, like, how you would have firearm safety. I grip I move my finger off of the trigger guard and move it towards the trigger after I hear that.
You all take a moment, and even the horses kind of stop and panic a bit. And Jin, you kind of, tense up a little bit as the horses kind of rear and
Oh shit!
like they start panicking a little bit and start huffing. But after a while, they kind of calm down and continue on.
It is at this point that Demovin's actually going to fly into the air and follow the carriage from above.
Okay, give me a perception check, Demovin.
Show off.
That's an 11.
You kind of don't really notice anything at first. You do see some things like what you imagine to be like a couple of birds that are flying away. There's this one particular bird that's kind of larger that kind of draws your eye a bit, but you don't really pay much attention to it as you just kind of fly there and kind of observe a bit. But then you hear it at the same time as everybody else hears it. You hear the beat of massive wings. And your heart kind of sinks a bit, and you look over, and what you thought at first was a slightly larger bird than the others, turns out it's not that. And when you see what it is, you can't help but panic a little bit on the inside, Demovin. Because as you watch, or as you look, you actually see flying and beelining into your direction a massive red dragon.
Oh, shit.
I am already dead. I would make the worst meal. You want indigestion? Do it.
So you're gonna see it before the party. The party starts hearing the massive beat of the wings, but they don't see it because they're down on the ground and they got like the trees that are kind of breaking that line of sight, and so they can't see what's coming. Do you go and tell them?
You said it's coming towards me, right?
It's flying towards all of you, yes, and it's staring at you,
At me.
yes.
So I'm gonna
At
go
you.
away from them.
Wow.
You're gonna fly away from the party.
I am.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So
Where'd he
as
go?
you start, you all like. I would say Ginger is probably the one that's kind of keeping an eye on Demovan, just being like, "Wow, I bet you got like a really good view." You kind of notice him kind of like stutter like his flight pattern just kind of gets a little bit erratic, and then he just starts taking off.
Uh,
And that's when you start hearing louder that woof, 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 getting closer and closer.
hmm. He's gonna like just yell at you like, what's that?
I pipe up and I'm saying, I'm not sure, as I'm literally aiming my crossbow out, just in some direction, up and down, trying to see what's
Okay.
going on.
As you're doing that, it doesn't take long for the shadow of this massive dragon to fall over you all. And as he flies over this slight clearing that you are at, but I have in the map there squares for you all. Actually, I can make that a little bit bigger. Let me make that bigger for you all. Um, work with me here. Oh, it's not a perfect. Okay, we'll do it like that. Okay. As this dragon flies overhead, he actually takes a moment and like looks down at the carriage. And Demovan, you actually watch him tilt his wings as he goes into a turn and begins to descend down to where the carriage is.
Mm,
And
Dang, he's actually not looking at me. I thought I was gonna lead him away. Guess I'll
He
go
caught.
back.
He noticed the carriage.
I guess I'm going back.
Okay.
Still gonna be. I'm gonna fly above everything though.
Do I notice this dragon barreling towards me? Or carriage?
You do notice this dragon as it lands directly in front of the carriage in a like just massive just dirt flies up, dust begins to like fly everywhere. The horses rear up and screech and it begin to whinny and everything as this massive dragon just lands right in front of you all. He roars his head in the air and looks down at you all, his eyes just burning with a fiery rage.
I fire my crossbow.
Fools! You are now in my territory. Behold the terror of Gregory, the molten fury.
Gregory?
As he
Gregory?
roars his head up in the air,
Gregory?
and the smoke and fire just billows out of his mouth. He looks down at you all. This territory belongs to me now. You will make wonderful sacrifices to build my kingdom.
The kingdom of
Everything
Gregory.
that is yours is now Gregory's.
I fire my crossbow. I'm literally in full fear.
Roll initiative, Hallmack.
oh no. Yeah, Ginger's just kind of chuckling, like snickering at the name Gregory.
13.
13. Actually, you do pull off the shot first. So go ahead and make an attack roll.
I didn't add my dexterity score. That's 13 plus 3, so it'll be 16 actually. Either way, but
So that was for initiative. Yes, so that was for initiative roll. But go ahead and make your attack roll with the crossbow now. So you're gonna make your attack roll, add your proficiency and your dexterity.
Okay, so let's see. That's a D20, right? And then okay, D20, 19.
Nice,
Plus,
nice.
plus dexterity will be 19. 20, 20, 21 from the dexterity, and then attack bonus will be +5. Shit. That'll be 26. Quick math. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Go ahead. That definitely is going to hit. So go ahead and roll your damage. You all watch as almost instinctively Hallmack just raises the crossbow and immediately fires as this threatening visage of a full-sized adult red dragon is threatening you all.
Okay.
And
and it's
Jin
about
yells
this
out,
time.
"No!"
It's about this time, Demovin, that you would be back at the party.
I'm rolling for damage right now, and that is 3. Okay. Works.
Okay.
Well, you
3
got- you got
points
big
of
scales.
piercing damage against Gregory. Fools, eat this! And as he expels his breath weapon, the entire area gets filled with just fire and brimstone. I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws, including the horses.
Oh no.
Oh gosh.
So glad I'm above all of this.
For now.
Oh no, it hits you too.
I said I was above.
It's a cone, my friend. It hits an entire area.
I got nat 20.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. What?
I have a wow, I have 19 adding everything up. Not bad.
I got a
All right.
23.
Okay. Jin?
13.
13. Okay. The horses rolled a 9 and a 2.
No!
So everybody except the horses succeed. With that being said, everybody who succeeded on their dexterity saving throw, which is all the players, you suffer 1 point of fire damage. The horses suffer 2 and are fine.
Ginger literally
You all
sneezes
take a
after the
moment, just
attack.
cringe as this fire just envelops over you and slightly singes your eyebrows. You take a moment and you're like, what? And you look up at the dragon and he looks almost as surprised as you. Everybody roll initiative.
Okay.
I want Ginger to snicker, be like, my boyfriend does worse damage than you. What the
14.
fuck?
Hey, Piggy, do I still have to roll initiative? You know, I already rolled earlier, or not?
Yeah, so your initiative roll was to see if your attack went before the dragon's, because the dragon was actually preparing to do a breath weapon. But you actually pulled the trigger first. So now you're actually doing initiative, and that
Okay.
is like battle order.
Got it. Oh fuck. Okay. 2.
I got a 15.
5 total.
Okay.
12.
Luckily, initiative
And
is the
Demovan?
thing you want to roll.
Mine was a 14.
Okay. So you all are actually going to be taking your actions before the dragon.
What's that?
And because this is the way that I am going to be ruling my combat initiatives. Anytime that party members or enemies are grouped together in initiative order, you all can take your actions at basically the same time, and you all can discuss what you want to do during your turns. So all of you at this point can now decide what you want to do with your characters
Okay.
in
I
this combat.
I think Gregory, he ain't all that. What if we
he's
try to
compensating.
convince him to go after the bandits instead of us? Because there's more of them.
More sacrifices.
Exactly.
Okay, so Jin
can
wants to
play
try
into what he
and-
wants.
I did kind of just shoot at his face.
Oh, it hit his neck.
Oh, okay. Well, that's. I aimed somewhere.
Face
I hit him.
adjacent.
Face adjacent.
I mean, I'm still impressed that even I'm still impressed with myself how I made a lightning fast reflex shot after for instincts rather.
Yeah.
I jump off the cart. I jump off the cart too and draw my sword.
This is
Okay.
where we discuss. We're still discussing.
I'm
I don't think
really
we should
good at,
attack him.
I'm really good at deceiving things. I could convince him that since I've already been burned to death once, that I'm protecting everything here from being burned
Yeah.
again.
And I have very high charisma.
I guess I'll let
And
Dovin and Jin
persuasion.
do their talking first. I'm just gonna be. I mean, we're kind of our initiative too. I don't really. Roll on their attacks. I don't know.
What's your my my skill is at a +6 for persuasion.
Goddamn.
Mine's a +5, but my deception is +7.
Okay, you go.
So I can definitely, yeah, that's
You
what I'm
go.
gonna do. I'm gonna shout at the dragon to wait and be like, "Your fire is meaningless here. Do you not see me? Do you not see that I have already burned once? These people are under my protection, and under my protection, fire shall do them no harm. But
Huh.
up ahead, there are bandits. Bandits that do not fall under my protection. Bandits that would make fine trophies for a dragon as majestic as you."
Hold on.
So fucked.
That could either be good or bad.
So Gregory kind of like squints his eyes and brings his snout closer to you, and then he grins and chuckles. The fools are literally quaking in their boots at the absolute power of Gregory. You're
Oh, I'm-
trying to deceive me. You don't want to die, and you're trying to parlay for your life. Fool, I am a powerful dragon now. I
Don't
wish
piss him
for
off.
this visage that you see before you, and the power of that scroll rejuvenated me into a brand new life. You all are sacrifices meaningless in the name of Gregory the
Can you be
Infurious.
so sure?
Okay, I'm gonna step forward and say, "Well, what scroll?"
Okay, so I have this rule, okay, when it comes to combat, that when somebody makes an attack roll and they roll a natural one, their target, if it's in melee range, can make an attack of opportunity against the target because they fumbled so badly. Guess who just rolled a natural one on their attack?
But I don't want to attack him. I want to convince
No,
him to go
he's
eat the
attacking
bandits.
Demovan. The dragon is attacking Demovan and rolled a natural one. So he opens up his jaws and goes to take a bite at you, Demovan, but misses wildly so bad that you actually see an open opportunity to make an attack. Would you like to?
Oh.
Yeah, actually, this seems like a really good time to shove an Eldritch Blast in his face if he wants to be so feisty.
All right.
Oh, God, talk about heartburn.
I'll allow it. Normally, you would do like just a normal melee attack for attack of opportunities, but because
Oh
of
no,
this
wait, hang
instance, I'm
on.
gonna go ahead and do
You're
that.
right. You're right. I do have a quarterstaff. I can bonk him.
It's like the way I see it is like he goes to bite at you, but you fly off to the side, and his jaws just like snap shut where you were, and when you look back, you just see his eyeball just begging for a staff to be jutted into it.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I do have this like pokey bit on my staff, don't I? I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's do that. Let's poke him in the eyeball.
Okay,
Call
make your
him
attack
rude.
roll. RoboFish says, "Well, if you kill this guy, you can get another swanky dragon
It's only an 11. It's not gonna do
tooth
anything.
blade." 11 overall.
Yeah.
Okay, that actually hits.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Gregory isn't so fearsome.
7 damage.
All right, 7 points of damage to
God damn.
Gregory. Gregory is bloodied.
Oh, right.
Wow.
Going to call him rude.
So, Hallmack, what that means is when I say that a creature becomes bloody, that means that they have hit half health, and you can actually start seeing visible wounds on them, like start to grow, like they're actually starting to suffer from the wound, like the strain of battle, and like some characters might actually get, some creatures might actually get bonuses or boosts from becoming bloodied and such like that, or might also get penalties from it as well. But yeah, as you jut your staff into his eyeball, it almost ruptures as it just just bursts in this like black and reddish liquid that just kind of melts down his face. He roars back, half blinded and just injured from like the crossbow bolt that's still like jutting out of his neck and everything.
I tried
The
talking.
worms fight back. Ugh.
We tried being peaceful with you. I just want to say, offered you a grand feast somewhere else. You wanted to eat my staff.
Hey,
He wanted to get a better look.
Pigu,
Anybody else wanting to make attacks?
I will. Pigu, how does it can I use does it cost me an action to draw my sword? From me using my crossbow?
It's a bonus action is the way I rule it.
Okay.
But you already did that when you like hopped down from the thing, and that happened a while ago. To the point where like you hopped out of the cart and drew your sword, but then the dragon went up to Demovin, did his attack and everything. So it's almost like a turn had passed. So you
Okay.
have your sword in hand and ready.
Does that can I have my shield out too, or is that cost
Yeah,
an action?
absolutely. Yeah.
I go to
Super.
slash the I go run up and slash the dragon.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Okay. that'll
Ginger,
be-
is there anything you wanted to do other than just be like shitting yourself because you're literally looking at a fucking dragon? You only saw a dragon in a comic book once.
I
It was
rolled up
blue.
13. I should hold up 13 plus 5. Wait, do I add my attack bonus or my strength bonus?
Yeah, it's so the attack bonus itself should be like your strength plus your proficiency. So when you make your
Okay.
attack roll, just put in that number there.
Okay, so quick math just to make sure I'm actually correct. I got a 20 basically, and then I'm gonna roll for damage, which is a D8, which is a diamond dice. 6.
All right, yeah, he is looking in bad shape. As you go and slash against him, you, as a smith, are accustomed to seeing dragon scale, or at least like making scale mail, which is reminiscent to dragon scale, which is rumored to be as hard as metal. As you slash through this, it's almost like you're slashing through fur. There is absolutely no resistance to these scales whatsoever. It's like
Huh.
you're just slashing into just pure flesh. And when you slash in, your sword goes in quite deep and cuts quite a large amount out of this dragon. Like as your blade comes out the other side, the ground splashes in dragon blood.
Interesting.
That's
very interesting. Interesting.
And he
Okay.
roars again. This time he's just in so much pain that he can't even make words at this point. He's on like death's door. He's very close to death at this point. He's just screaming and almost flailing out at this point. Ginger, Jin, you both can make actions before the dragon's next turn.
Okay, do I see? Am I on the same side as Demovin, or am I on the other side of his head?
You are still sitting in the cart, so you're like in the driver's seat of the cart. You have not moved from there.
Well, I'm wondering which side of his head I'm on.
Oh, of Demovin?
No,
Or
the dragon.
Oh,
The
you're
dragon.
like underneath the dragon. Like the dragon is like kind of sitting on the ground, and he's like leaning over the cart and was was conversing with Demovin and made us a bite at him, and then Hallmat came and slashed at his leg. And so
Okay,
you kind of like have his neck over you and like belly and such in front of the cart.
All right, I'm gonna raise up my hand and cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack roll.
I just imagine how Ginger's just in awe of our prowess of firing magic from our fingertips and literally having, I wouldn't say total fear of a dragon, but completely leaping in out of instinct.
Yeah.
Well, he's more confused by the magic, and yeah, that he's like, "What the fuck?" It's like dragons are real.
And then you're literally just seeing seeing Devilman, Jin and Halmac just completely like going in at it.
I rolled a 17.
A 17. Oh yeah, that definitely
17 to
hits.
hit.
Roll your damage.
And let me grab my 1d10. That's not it.
Pigu, also stupid question. Attack bonuses, does that refer to damage too? Or
9.
no?
No, the damage bonus is going to be just your strength.
Okay.
So like whatever you roll on the
Damage die.
well, on the D8 would be D8 plus strength mod. So
Okay.
+5.
I did not even add that, so but it's probably already past my turn, so I'm not even gonna bother.
It's fine. Well, it's fine. What did you hit, Jen?
8.
8. Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna do it. So you all watch as Jin, you raise your hand and summon forth the Eldritch Blast and pulse out this purplish black energy. It strikes against the chest of this dragon and almost seems to burst the entire dragon like a water balloon. The entire dragon just explodes in blood, some of which does fall on Hallmack. And just kind of the rest of it just kind of envelops the trail and such. But you all notice that inside this blood is the visage of a small man, a small man, elven male, dressed in peasant-like clothing that just kind of. But I don't understand. I made the wish. You're supposed to make me a dragon. And he dies.
Yeah. Gross.
I go up to, although I'm just completely drenched and covered in blood, I go up to the body of this man that I literally all of a sudden just see come down. It was once a dragon at some point. I'm like, and I just go up to inspect it, just to make sense of what the hell just happened.
I'm
Like,
going
damn it,
to
I was
loot
hoping
the
for
body.
dragon parts we could sell.
What was that, Demovan?
I'm going to loot the body. He may look at it, but I'm just gonna get up in there. I'm gonna see what this man was about.
Okay, Demovan, give me an investigation check. Hallmack, give me an arcana check.
Okay.
Ian just climbs back up in the cart.
21.
Yeah, 21. You find 2 copper pieces and a iron fork.
I rolled a 5.
A 5. You have absolutely no idea what the fuck just happened. He mentioned something about wish. That's the only thing that really stands out
And a
to you.
scroll.
At the mention of that word, Demovan just seems very, very interested.
Yeah.
You just tilt your head like an owl would, like, what? Just like,
Yeah, full 90-degree
He's
angle.
like scouring this man's body for like any kind of note, any kind of anything.
There's really nothing else on him other than the 2 copper pieces and a iron fork. And it's a 2-pronged fork at that. This guy apparently, like, you can tell from his clothes and the look of the man, like, is he kind of like look over the body a little bit more, like, surely there's more, surely there's more. Like, you look for him, look for more, but the only thing is that you keep looking is just more and more sadness. This guy seems to have been impoverished. His hands are calloused, cut up. Definitely the hands of a worker person. His shoes can't even really be hardly called shoes. They're falling apart. They're closer to being burlap sacks tied together with rope. And his clothes are very scratchy and itchy, almost as if they were made at home out of hay. This person, and even his hair is natty, gnarled, and might have a couple of lice in it or two. This person seems to just be a normal Joe Schmo peasant, maybe a farmer, who maybe just happened to come across greatness. And
I
used
inspect
it
the
wrong
horses
way.
to see if they're relatively okay, if we're still able to ride.
Go ahead and give me an animal handling check, Halmack.
Oh no.
Oh fuck. 5 plus 6.
I just read what RoboFish said. Being named Gregory leads people to the darkest places.
Gregory. Have you heard of the hit game Among Us?
That's not a bad idea there, Strife. Not a bad idea.
But no, I rolled a 6.
Yeah,
total.
but he killed our
A
horses.
6. The horses, while they are rattled, they're kind of spooked. Like, you notice that, like, the general calmness of the forest is slowly starting to return. Like, you start hearing the birds coming back and the bugs start to buzz again. It just seemed like maybe the presence of a gigantic predator just spooked everything away and just put a general sense of fear over the forest. And the horses kind of picked up on that. Gregory himself definitely spooked the horses with him being very loud and boisterous and big, but that loud, boisterous, big thing is not there anymore. So they're slowly calming down, but they're hoofing, they're stamping their feet, they're kind of whinnying a little bit, tossing their heads back and forth. It takes you a good while, but eventually they do start to calm down.
How the hell am I gonna get them back?
No, they're okay. They're there. They're at the cart. They did not run away. They
Oh,
stayed there
okay.
the whole time. Which
I think somebody else should probably drive now.
which everybody except Ginger. Give me a nature check, by the way.
Me?
Yeah, everybody except for Ginger. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Ginger, you're not from this world.
Ginger don't know shit.
Yep.
Oh, I got a nat 1.
You're like Ginger's just in the back of the cart, dumb face, going, "That was a fucking dragon, and now it's a guy. What the fuck?"
What is with this world?
I roll a 9.
Okay.
13.
13. The only one that's kind of left perplexed about this whole thing, I would say, is Jin. Because Jin, you've heard a lot about dragons, or at least read. They're fascinating. They're magical creatures, and magical creatures of a magical lineage definitely interests you. So you definitely studied a little bit on dragons, and one thing that that makes them so terrifying is that dragons are supposed to have this presence about them, that just them being there is enough to send any kind of beast running away in fear and fright. Most men would turn tail in fear and fright. You did not feel that. In fact, the horses never ran away. The only reason why the birds and the bugs scattered away, and you know this because of the nature check, is because, again, it was the presence of a gigantic predator. And any presence of a gigantic predator is going to cause smaller wildlife to run for the fucking hills. So it wasn't the dragon's magical presence per se that caused that. It was just that it being there in its own natural presence caused that. But you've heard tales of people having to literally test the limits of their own courage just to even be able to attack a dragon. And you did it as if it was a rat.
I mean, I shot a crossbow bolt with no issue. I
Yeah.
bullseyed it directly in its neck.
Yeah, I was like, no, wait, something's not right here.
Yeah.
Especially the whole Gregory thing. I mean, come on.
Gregory.
Yeah, when he called himself Gregory, I was like, maybe we're doing the wrong thing here.
Y'all picked the wrong trail, even though the DM said, no, y'all are going down this one.
I feel
Okay.
like maybe he should have just listened to me. This all could have been avoided.
Yeah, but instead of insulting him, try a little charm. Sometimes that helps.
I didn't insult him. I called him a mighty dragon. What more can you say?
Yeah, he actually you actually tried to flatter the dragon, but the dragon, I did an insight check on it, but I was like, if he rolls pathetically low, then it's going to be like he actually thinks that they're trying to beg for their life. Motherfucker rolled a 2. So he was just like, oh, he so failed that insight check that he took it in the completely opposite way. He seriously thought you were begging for your life.
Man,
Okay, so that was my
for his life,
confusion there then.
apparently.
Gregory is not a smart man. Or
Oh.
was. Excuse me. He dead now.
Now he suffered Eldritch Blast and a whole entire slashing to the neck.
He took a staff to the eyeball, a freaking crossbow bolt to the neck, and Eldritch Blast to the heart.
Oh yeah, question. Does my staff come out easily, or do I gotta
Oh,
pry
yeah,
his
no.
eyeball out with it?
Oh yeah, no. Your staff came out. Like I said, the eyeball pretty much like ruptured, like just like the rest of the dragon did, where it just kind of like popped like a water balloon. The same thing happened with the eyeball. It just kind of popped and oozed out. You have a little bit of like sludge on your staff, but it like just like shaking it off or dipping it in some water will clean it off.
I noticed that there's a river on the map.
gross.
Is that
I'm
possible?
gonna wipe it off on Gregory.
Does anybody have
Wipe it off on
prestidigitation?
Gregory. Love it.
Is that river on the map actually there? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, it is a small creek that's kind of running adjacent to the trail.
I go over there to wash my I go over there to wash off my face and at least to take off the little bit of blood on my
Yes.
chainmail.
It's kind of the reason why I chose this. It's going to become a running thing where Hallmark just somehow always gets covered in blood.
Because all the reference art we got was in bloody.
I'm not bloody. I'm just covered in somebody else's blood.
Yeah.
2 insight immediately followed by a 1 attack. What were this man's stats? No, that's what the dice made him roll. Robofish. That's what the dice made him roll.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That was a. I guess after the horses calmed down, I offered to take the reins from Jin and see if we can continue on.
Yeah, it does take a little time for the horses to calm down. I would say during this time, Hallmack and Jin, you do start like your tummy starts to grumble just a little bit. Ginger, you are slightly peckish, but you had those sausages back in the jail cell. But that was like the first thing that you had eaten in like 3 days. And the last meal that you had before that was some dried fish rations that tasted like pure salt.
Ew.
So the sausage links were actually really delicious. They were well seasoned, especially because of that town with Lady Ivy and all of the precious herbs and everything that she had raised up. It was seasoned exceptionally well. And it's probably the best meal that you've had in that you can even remember. But so you did eat those sausages, and you know we're tided over by that. But you're starting to get a little bit peckish. But it is at about this time that it is starting to get to about like noon ish. So those who need to eat do begin to hunger.
I will take a ration out of the bag that I go to the car and grab go into that bag that Trilla gave me and grab a little snack out of there at least to calm my hunger.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll grab a ration too. So we should keep going.
All right, Ginger, are you going to grab one as well?
He's good for now.
Okay, so just go ahead and mark off 2 rations from the supply on that pack.
Okay.
And
how
after
much of
y'all,
how much did that ration pack have in it?
10.
Okay, 10.
Yeah, so we have.
I have
13 now.
personal rations as well if we need them.
Yeah.
I'll
Came
just
with
mark
my
that.
explorer's pack.
I'll mark that that bag down to not 8 because I believe I guess it's in the cart, so I guess I won't really mark it down. I'll just mark it down on this piece of paper next to me. All right. I'll just keep track of it.
I would actually say like all of you definitely do get like rations as like as part of your adventuring gear pack and like the start of your class. The only person that does not apply to is Demoven, because Demoven doesn't have to eat, so Demoven definitely would have traded them for gems. Some precious click clacks.
Click clacks.
Yeah, definitely need those.
Do
Definitely.
you
need
eat
those.
them?
Maybe. Maybe I need to give them to somebody else who eats them.
But
Jim
yeah,
picks up
so
another pebble, and you
Yeah.
see him hold them in his hand. And he mutters a few words, and then puts the pebbles in his pocket.
Were they of the shiny variety? I need to know this. This is
Nope,
question.
just regular little pebbles.
All right.
Firem, I'm not sure what you're asking there, but no, not 55 gifted subs. Good lord, no. I would shit a brick if somebody did that.
Becca, he's talking about like at the top.
If you're talking about the incentive menu that's above my head, no, that's just a way for the chat and community to be able to kind of help and interact a little bit with the party and the game. Any donations of 100 to 400 bits will provide healing potions to the party. 500 bits or subs will cause me to do a roll on the chaos table, and anything that's $20 or more, like you had to spend $20 or more in order to do, will purchase what I call a Bane or Boon brisket, where you get to choose whether you actually aid or curse the party.
I think he was talking about the top.
Oh, up
On-
at the
on the
top.
top
Oh,
right
that's
in the chat.
overall. Yes, that is overall. Yeah. Becca671 is the current leader of gifted subs with 55 in total. But yeah, that's since I've been streaming. Sorry.
With me slowly trailing behind.
Yeah. And I'm very grateful for each and every single one of y'all. Y'all are awesome, and I love y'all.
Love you too, my friend.
But so y'all take a moment and finish up your lunch break and get tidied over and everything. At about this time, the horses are definitely calming down. They're actually like, they pulled the cart up a little bit to get over to the creek, where they actually like take a moment to start drinking, and they start grazing at some nearby grass that's like kind of right next to it as well. But after a while, who's decided that they wanted to take up the reins?
I'll take the reins. Jen, do you have
Okay.
any? Do you want to carry my crossbow? Or are you good?
I'm good.
All right.
Sorry.
I'm out my crossbow in my backpack after I basically dropped it during the fight, and sheath my sword, and we move on.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and give me an animal handling check, please.
Okay. On dice. Off. Wait, hold up. Yeah. Oh fuck! It's a natural one.
Oh, no.
Shit. So you go, yeah, and the horses just continue grazing.
Can I try again?
I know the feeling so
There's
well.
been so many
I would like to try.
There have been
Does
so many
anybody know
rolls
how to
this campaign, I swear. Alright, so Demovan, you climb this
Okay, the
little
two
front-
non-animals have failed their rolls.
No, I haven't
tried.
tried.
I tried
Oh, wait.
57. I tried 57, and then I'm like, you want to try? Go right ahead.
Whoa!
There we go.
Holy shit, thank you!
Oh,
Oh, that's
Aw.
2 rolls. That is 2 rolls on the outside table.
Oh,
Myra,
no.
you can choose whether you would like to, like, we can do one now, and if you'd like to, I can roll the second one as well, or we can wait until later on to do that second one.
we don't have to go so far. It could just be 10 potions.
Oh no.
Firearm, it is your choice, my friend.
Nervous sweating. Nervous sweating.
But while we're waiting for that, Demovan, go ahead and give me an animal handling check while you go and try to get the horses to take off.
I think you already did
Well,
that.
would like to bless and curse.
Ooh.
Oh, the that's for the Bane or Boon. That's for like anything that's like
Pegu,
$20
it was
or
wording.
more.
It was wording. It was wording. Look at what they said.
Oh,
They want one
they have to
chaos,
do
but
one
then
chaos
5
and-
potions.
Okay. I see it. Okay, I get it now. All right. So, Ginger,
Thank you for the potions.
your bag begins to shake a little bit,
Yeah.
and the opening of it, or the top of it, just kind of opens on its own, and 5 healing potions just kind of spill out of the bag.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, okay. That's
Poor
what we
Ginger.
rolled. We rolled a
Poor Ginger's so
33.
confused.
Oh, good luck with your raid.
I need everybody to make a perception check, please. And Fire'em, thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yes, good luck on your raid, my friend. But yeah, everybody give me a perception check, please.
Got a 9.
17.
Uh, 13 for me.
Okay.
8.
Okay, so only Demovan and Hallmack hear this. Death Ruin. Everything will die. Everyone will die. This forest will die. You're going to die.
Joke's on you, weird voice in my head. I'm already dead.
Disaster. Ruin. Catastrophe. That's it.
Oh,
I did
I
not
don't
hear
like
this.
those words.
No,
I don't like
Jin
those
and
last
Ginger,
three
you did
words.
not hear this.
The way my
Only
music turned
Demovan and
eerie
Hallmark
after you
did.
finished that.
Yeah, only Demovan and Hallmark heard that.
I stand up and start looking around, trying to figure out what the hell.
Make
Ah!
a perception check.
19 plus okay, plus 3.
You take a moment and you look around to see if anything kind of stands out of the ordinary, and the only thing that you noticed is a squirrel up on the branch chewing an acorn that's vaguely looking in your direction.
I look at the
Pebble
squirrel.
at it.
I just stare at the squirrel.
It just kind of chews the acorn, not really like paying attention to you or regarding you in any sense. He's just chewing away on his meal. After a while, he kind of drops it and sniffs around a bit and then scurries up the tree out of sight.
I just sit back down and wait for the cart to move. While keeping
Can
an
I
eye
can
on
I
it.
notice that he's acting strange too?
Yeah, you definitely notice that Hallmark like stands up sharply and starts looking around and stares at a squirrel for a couple seconds before it runs off.
Ah, you heard it too.
I heard something.
Strange voices in our heads, friend. Can't be sure we're not going insane.
I really would not like to.
What?
I felt like I heard something. I don't know where it came from though.
I didn't hear anything. What did you hear?
Something about death
It
and
was a
ruin.
very spooky voice that told us we were all gonna die and that the forest was gonna die. And yeah, but I'm already dead, so what do I care?
Yeah, everything
Shut
dies
up.
eventually.
You're already dead?
Is it not obvious?
I guess
Yeah,
you made a
Jin's
point.
eyes get as wide as they can.
When Demovan turns his head to say this to you, Ginger, a feather just kind of like flies off of his side of his head, just kind of flutters down to the ground.
He bats out a little bit.
So, do
I
you
just
know
take with that
which
information of what it is.
direction it came from? Why didn't I hear it?
It was in our heads.
Yeah, you guys
I'm
do.
glad
Seems
it's not
so.
in my head.
Maybe it was, but maybe you weren't paying enough attention.
Bum, bum,
Yeah, I
bum.
no, I just had a
Move on.
sucky drawl. That's all. Damn it.
Let's move on.
Yeah, time to go.
All right,
Okay,
Demovan,
Jin's
go
gonna
ahead
sit
and
on top
did
of
you
the
did you
bed.
already make that animal handling check? And if so,
Yeah,
what
it was
was
a
it again?
12. It was
A 12. Okay, yeah, that's good enough.
He's not
After a
even gonna
while-
like whip the reins or anything. He's just gonna be like, "All right, we need to go now."
Yeah, I was gonna say you actually kind of make like a couple of clicking noises where you just kind of go at the horses and they just kind of and start walking off on their own down the trail.
Man,
Yeah,
why don't we
um,
just take a train? It'd be so much faster.
What's
The-
the
What?
train?
A
What's
what?
a train?
Y'all don't know what trains
Is it some
are?
kind of animal?
No, it's a
No.
big wooden box on like
A big wooden box. You move around in big wooden boxes.
yeah, like one of them
How do you
has
carry it?
like you don't.
Do you ride it on the back of? Is it like on the back of a troll?
No. You go inside the box and like the engine like propels the box forward on the tracks.
What?
That is some strange
Tracks.
witchcraft, friend.
Like footprints? Tracks?
Oh god. No, it's like these metal beam things. I don't know how they're
Metal-
made. I just know that they're fast.
metal beams. You mean like spears?
Huh?
You ride around in big wooden boxes on spears.
I am loving this so
Oh,
much.
like it's just like how the fuck do I explain this?
Jin crawls on top of where the stuff is. so he can get like a higher vantage point because he's so short.
We're all short.
So
But no, trains
Alright,
are pretty much like what we're doing now, except you don't have to do anything.
also
Automated
it moves. It's a
carriages.
big box that moves with magic.
No, it moves with engineering.
What's that?
Oh.
It's like with a hand crank I would use in a massive forge or something like that.
There you go. Yeah.
Maybe
Pretty
it's what all those
much.
artificers are going on about.
No, I'm
There
pretty sure
you
it uses
go.
like coal or something. I've never been inside of the main bit. I've only like hijacked the actual train cars.
Fascinating. Hmm.
Huh.
I've seen a
Okay.
few things like that. I've seen something like carts in the mines, but I don't really know of anything else.
I
Pigu, can I roll a history check real quick? Because like wouldn't like infernal engines still be around? And as an undead thing, maybe I know of something like that.
Well,
Yeah,
earlier
sure.
he
Go
had,
ahead.
well earlier they had said that they run on like magic, not
Not a 5 anyways.
like during the
This is all above me.
introduction.
Hmm?
Like during the introduction, it says yes, there's constructs, but they run on arcane,
Mm.
not mechanical.
Well, we don't know what happened in Ginger's world. We were only.
I'm talking about Demovan.
Oh.
I'm just saying that the only kind of machinery that would be close to an engine that he would know about would be infernal in nature.
Yeah, you can go ahead and make a history check. For
It
that.
was only a 5, so
Oh, yeah,
no,
no.
it's all above him.
Unfortunately, no.
I guess we just drop it.
Ginger gives up and like flops on his side, like, oh, whatever, taking a nap.
I guess I'll remain lookout while Demovan is in charge of the horses. I guess as well.
Okay.
out.
We'll be keeping the same animal handling check the Demovan had. But also Jin said that he was like taking up a higher vantage point too and kind of taking a look out too. So Hallmac and Jin, you can go both go ahead and give me perception checks.
Is that passive? Actually, never mind. I natural 20, baby.
Let's go.
16.
Okay. And with the 20, so the way skill checks actually work is you can't technically like crit succeed or crit fail. This
enough.
Baldur's Gate 3 kind of like spoiled
Whatever.
that a bit. They put that in Baldur's Gate 3, but in D&D it doesn't really work that way. But that being said, so you'll take the 20 and you'll still like it's still really good to get to 20, don't get me wrong. Like it's the best roll you can possibly get. But you'll still want to take that and add it into your perception bonus and let me know what you have, please.
23.
23 total. All right. So Jin, you just kind of look around a little bit, you know, scanning the trees, scanning the trail ahead and the trail behind, making sure that, you know, nothing's really coming. But Hallmac, you're like ever vigilant. You're scanning everything. You're not just looking around, you're glaring around. Like after the run in with the dragon and the mysterious voice in your head, you're in high alert mode. You're ever vigilant and keeping an eye out. But only from the occasional like wildlife here and there. You don't really perceive anything else to be a threat. At one point in time, you do notice like a large lumbering shape like off deep in the woods a little bit, kind of shadowed a bit by like the shade of the trees and whatnot. But you saw it kind of lurch a bit and it kind of lumbered off away from the road.
Must
So
have been
maybe
moose.
something that may have gotten like spooked or something from the sudden noise and decided to
Gregory.
run off. Yeah, Gregory again. He's like, never again. Yeah, so the rest of the trip remains very uneventful. Homac, you know that this trip is actually going to take at least one day.
Yeah, because I was coming from
Yeah.
Smithton myself.
So you know that so you're not surprised when Smithson doesn't ever really come into view as the sun begins to set in the sky and nightfall begins to take over the forest.
I guess we keep thinking that in mind. I tap Demovan on the shoulder. So let's park up here and up to a nearby clearing and set up camp and be ready. And it seems to be getting late. It won't be safe to travel the roads at night.
Yep. All right. Yep. He does that.
So you all find a nice little clearing that's almost identical to the one where you killed the dragon at, because I can't be arsed to bring up another map.
Wow.
I just have the world map kind of zoomed in on the rough area of where we were and where we're going.
Yeah. So, congratulations, Fire. You all kind of pull off to the side of the road to a nice little clearing where you see like there's kind of a creek that's kind of running through, just a small little riverbed, or I would say rainstorm creek. It does flow. It's flowing a little bit of some nice, clean, fresh water for you all in case you need it. The horses are definitely appreciative of it. But how do you all want to set up your camp?
Well, I know how to make a fire because of my time in the forges. So I grab some pebbles and rocks together and start building a fire.
Okay, make me a survival check with advantage.
Yeah, Ginger just kind of clears out a spot of like any sticks or rocks or anything.
Okay.
16 total.
Yeah, easy enough. You are able to spark a campfire to life.
Hold up. Did I actually have? Oh, great! I have a tinderbox in my backpack, and I completely forgot about it.
So yeah, you all go ahead and set up your bed rolls and such like that. Ginger, you would have one too. It's not like theirs. Yours would be more like a sleeping bag with the zipper and such like that. But knowing you, you'd probably just like completely unzip it and open it out and just kind of use it like a makeshift like pet bed or something to like lay on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Not my chapstick.
So you all kind of watch as like Ginger like brings out this weird fabric of a bedroll, which he seems to separate somehow in half
Either
and
that or
open
crawls
up.
into it like a bag.
Oh, that too, yeah, like crawling into it like a bag. That'd be hilarious.
Whichever one he feels like doing that day.
Yeah.
Well, here he would probably like lay it out because it's warmer than what he's used to, so it'd be too hot to get in it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would do that too if I had a sleeping bag. I'd be like, it's a little too hot. I'll leave it open a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you three are definitely starting to get hungry now, especially Ginger, who decided to not do lunch because he had a late breakfast and is now like very hungry.
Shouldn't everybody have a bedroll from your adventurer's pack?
Yep, everybody except Demovan, who would have traded it for gems.
What? I still have my Hunter's pack and Monster Hunter's, well, my Scholar's pack and Monster Hunter pack.
No, I'm just talking about the bedroll that would have came with it. You don't need one.
I still have these things. I never actually got rid
Okay.
of them. I was gonna give them to the party.
Okay, fine.
But we
Here,
don't
have a
need
bedroll.
them.
Well, I apologies.
I mean, who doesn't want 3 bedrolls instead of 1? That's just more layers for comfort.
This is true.
Basically,
Fire, thank you for the
Middle-earth,
hydrate. I'll drink
mattress.
right now.
I peek over at Demovan. I ask, like,
Me too.
are you going to use one of those?
No, you can have it.
I gladly take it from you, and I lay it on my other one. And I'm like, oh man, this is much better than stone bed. and take a lay down. But my sword, just my sword scabbard, right next to my right hand. So if I need to draw it quickly, why not?
Yeah. All right. Well, so you all go ahead and lay out your bed rolls, get into bed, eat your dinners. So go ahead and mark off 3 more rations from whatever packs they come from.
Okay. To start off, use
Demovan, what will you be doing?
What? I'm just gonna look for a good tree.
Okay. Yeah, there's plenty of trees nearby. I will say that there's actually a nearby tree that has a branch that's kind of overlooking the campsite that you can kind of take a perch on.
Yep, that's where I'm gonna go then.
Okay. Remind me of your passive perception, please.
12.
Okay.
I
All right.
use more of the rations from the bag and the packs. I don't use my own personal ones, so I'm just gonna
Okay.
mark that down from what is it, 8 to 3, I guess. How much ever rations were in the bag, which I've forgotten.
All right. So you all begin to slumber away. The campfire steadily burns, keeping away, any would-be wildlife that might want to try and come in and get a little nip of ginger or whatever. Um, the hours eventually do begin to go by, until like the sun begins to slowly begin to rise off in the horizon. The time is still very early dawn. It's still like very twilight dawn hour where there's still some stars in the sky, but just a very hint of light is starting to shine through. When Demovin, you hear the snap of a branch nearby.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
I'm gonna quietly flutter on over to whoever's closest, and if they're asleep, wake them up.
Okay. Well, they're all
Oh,
pretty. I would say maybe the closest would be maybe Hallmack. We'll say.
well, yeah. So dwarf.
Okay.
I'll wake him up and whisper him. I heard something.
I I hear that voice, and as I'm basically as it's like what dawn in the morning. I'm roughly like you could just breaking out of REM sleep. And I'm like what? And I literally reach over to my sword and tie it along my belt and draw and silently draw it, just because if he heard something, I'm like okay.
Before continuing on, he's going to pause and seemingly stare off into space, but really he's just listening to see if he can hear even more twigs breaking.
Okay. I would say both Demovin and Hallmack. Give me perception checks, both of you, please.
Ah, fuck, 2. Which will be
14.
5.
You
5.
got a 5, Hallmack. Okay, so
Yeah.
you do not hear this, but Demovin, you definitely do. Um, roughly in like the same direction where the branch kind of like snapped. You hear very soft, faint whimpers and sniffles and cries. And ever so faintly, you hear, please help.
He's going to tap Hallmack on the shoulder and then just point to where he heard that.
I also pick up the shield that's also on the ground, and I try to look over in that direction and see what I can see.
Okay. Over in that direction, you do see a small shape. It's still kind of hidden in the like dusk shade. It's standing over by a bush, but it seems to be a very small figure. And from what you can tell, it seems like maybe it has its hands up to like its face.
That's not disturbing whatsoever. It's just remembering of weeping angel statues, if anything. But that's not.
Oh
me.
god, those weeping angels scare the crap out of me.
No thanks.
So,
I'm
so now that Hallmack can see it, he's actually going to whisper to him to keep an eye. He's going to go wake the others now.
Okay. So easy enough. You go over and kind of rustle up Jin and shake awake Ginger and kind of fill them in on the situation a little bit.
I'm gonna creep out and kind of look to see where they had pointed, but I'm also gonna scan around behind us in case it's some sort of trap.
Yeah.
Okay, you have a much harder time trying to see than the others because you're the only one without night vision or dark vision, I should say, not night vision.
yeah. It is
So
dawn.
while they're pointing and saying there's a shape over there, you look over and you just see dark.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, I'm gonna cast light.
Okay, easy enough. The area suddenly fills becomes illuminated with light, and that shape that you see over by the bush reveals to actually be a small girl, blonde hair, wearing what looks to be a long white dress, no shoes, feet bloodied. She is got her hands up to her eyes and she's gently weeping, but she's looking at you all with large pleading eyes.
I'm
Her
gonna
eyes, she
look at
kind of like flinches a bit at the sudden bright light that's shining in her eyes. So it takes a moment for her to adjust, but she kind of like holds up a light a little bit, but or her hand up to the light a little bit.
May I try to take a read of the situation?
I'm gonna look around behind us as well, because if it's a trap, they're gonna come up behind us. So
Okay,
I'm actually gonna
get
turn away from her and try to see into the other side.
Jin, go ahead and give me perception checks. Hallmark, give me an insight.
20 plus. Oh wow, I'm really 23.
Wow.
Hmm.
You can tell this girl is scared, terrified, but extremely needy. Like she's starving. You can see that like she has disheveled cheeks. She looks very pale. She looks like she hasn't eaten in a while, and she looks like she's been running for a very long time. Hence the wounds all over her feet. Um, she seems to maybe have been drawn in by the camp light here, and yeah,
I
she just seems like she seems like she just desperately needs help.
I put away my sword slowly and make my way to over to her. Actually, I try to give it a little nod to Ginger to watch my back as I approach, if that's okay with you.
Yeah,
And Jin, what
Jin.
did you get with your perception check? I'm sorry, Ginger.
I say I just
12.
want him to prep a dagger.
Okay, yeah, 12. You don't see anything. You just see the darkness. But Ginger, easy enough. So yeah, Hallmark, you walk over to the girl,
Slowly,
and she slowly like walks over, kind of flinching with every step that she takes because her feet just hurt so much. Um, but eventually she gets over to you and almost like crawls into your arms, like practically trying everything she can to get off of the ground so that way her feet don't hurt anymore. But she just looks up at you with pleading eyes and just starts crying. She goes, "Please, you gotta help them, please.
them.
It's not fair.
Um,
Mama, Mama and Papa, they're, it's not fair. They're being forced to do this. You have to help them.
Do
He's a
what?
terrible person. He's making everybody do what he says. Please help them, please." She just starts crying and bawling.
I fireman carry. I basically grab both my arms and lift her up and bring her close to the campfire. I asked Jim if he sees anything.
so are we the only party that would have to ask how tall she is to see if we can carry her or not?
She is a human child, so she's
Taller than Jin.
yeah. I would say no, she's not taller than Jin, but I would say probably around that same height.
It's like what 2.5 feet tall. I'm 4
Yeah,
feet. I can carry her. I also have
yeah.
I have plus
And dwarves are
20.
strong too. Like
I'm 20. I have 20 in
yeah.
my strength. I can carry her. I basically carry over to one of the bedroll, and I look at her as I've noticed that she has bloody feet, and I have this deep burning wanting to help this young girl, and then I cast cure wounds on her feet and say to cure.
All right, you reach into your own personal font of power, and Ginger, you know you watch as Hallmack's hand starts to begin to glow green, the exact same green that you had seen before, and he reaches out and places his hand on like the shins directly above the feet, and he utters the words "Te curo," And you watch as that green energy leaves from his hands and goes into her feet, and those wounds actually slowly begin to close and heal right before your eyes. And the girl just like sighs a massive breath of relief and looks up at Hallmack and says, "Bless you. Thank you so much. I've been walking for days now. I had to get away. He he tried to keep me prisoner so that Mama and Papa would do everything he said, but I ran away so that they wouldn't have to anymore.
Who is
They're out
he?
there hurting people, taking their stuff, and just giving it all to him just so that they could get me back. I tried to run to them, but I got lost. I don't know where they are. I don't know where Mama and Papa are. Please. They're not
Question.
bad. They
What-
they were
what-
forced into it."
I'm gonna ask the child what her dad's name is.
She looks up at you and says, "Gregory." I'm kidding.
Oh, God.
I'm kidding.
Oh my God.
She looks up at you and goes, My mama's name is Mary, and my daddy is Harold, and I'm Emily."
Emily.
Hmm.
I'm gonna reach into my own private stash and give her one of my rations.
She looks hungrily at it, almost like drool just immediately starts falling out of her mouth as she reaches out for it, like her hands literally shaking. She actually tries to grasp it and it falls out of her hands because she's so weak.
I pick it up off the ground and basically help give it to her as she's basically on the
She just
on the bedroll.
eats quietly and hungrily and just sobbing every now and again.
Okay. Well, seems that we have something else that we need to do. I cannot let this stand if there's someone out there harming people.
Well, it might be the same actual person that we're looking for anyway.
Yeah, because they're robbing caravans. Those have a lot of stuff.
I am very
And-
interested in that stuff.
Me too.
It might be shinies.
Yeah.
Very, very shiny.
I am very interested in that stuff.
But
Uh,
the person that's the leader of that may be the leader that we were told to go find.
Mhm.
Emily, how many days have you been walking, if you can remember?
Uh, 4.
4 days.
But I got lost and things started looking familiar, so I would go a different way, but then they looked familiar again. I just want, every time I try to get away, I just wanted to get away. I just try to find Mama and Papa, but I can't find them anywhere.
Demovan, can you fly up, see if you can see anything that you can see?
Yeah, I can do that.
Bird boy.
Burden of having wings.
At least you're
Flies
not the
up in the
druid
air.
is always being like, "Hey, expend a wild shape so you can go up and look for us."
I
Shall
wouldn't do that.
fly up and see if I see anything that looks like it could be a place.
Go
Portrait.
ahead and give me perception check.
Because I would say, oh, I just send Ginger
19.
up in a tree, but he's never climbed a tree before. He wouldn't know how.
So
That
yeah,
would be
as you
funny to
take a
watch,
moment
though.
Yeah.
to kind of look and scan around, the morning sun is still slowly rising, and so there's still like a lot of shadow that's being cast over the forest. So it's kind of hard to like pick up details. Like even the road trail like that you're on right now just kind of seems to fade away into a place that you can't even really notice anymore. But with that high roll, you do notice that there is like a break in the shadows a little bit further down to the south. And you swear you might be able to see like the morning light just barely grazing what looks to be like rooftops.
Very interesting. I guess I'll relay that information to the others.
Okay, easy enough.
What do you see up there, Demovin?
Quite off into the distance to the south, looks like rooftops. It
Hmm.
definitely looks like a few days travel though.
That's our village, Emily says.
It is. What's the name of your village?
Doesn't have one, I don't think.
Interesting.
Yeah, we
Home.
just yeah, it's just home. We're just a group of people, farmers, and we
Jen,
live
do you have
off the
a
land, as my daddy says.
Jen, do you happen to have a map of the area? I just wanted to have an idea of where we are. Of basically the continent.
Do we?
I have the world map. That's about it.
Yeah, I just made the town map.
Okay.
I didn't know we were heading out further, and we had the maps from.
I guess I
shop.
just go look into the wagon and see if I can find a map of the area and try to see if I can locate any other possible towns of where, according to where we are.
Am I the only one
Um,
that looks at that world map and sees a Charizard?
it does look like Charizard, don't it?
It does.
God.
So we're on the which
And this
peninsula?
map was brought to you by Ginger. Well, Happy Star.
Yeah, both.
Yep, Ginger made this map, the world map.
So which peninsula were we on for the town?
So y'all are actually on the arm of the dragon.
Okay.
Kind of almost where the arm meets with the body.
Bit-
You were in the middle of that area right
Okay.
there. And you're heading south towards the southern coastline.
Okay. So I'm assuming there
But
must be a
you all are actually within the what's known as the Dragon's Rend territory on the northern trade district.
Okay. I'm just trying to get my general thought process is okay. So we have a village that's being attacked, and looted and pillaged, and we have a contract to fulfill. However, I cannot have it stand of someone completely, um, killing and looting people's events. So I just have this sudden urge to just want to help these people if I can, while not
Yeah.
compromising our mission.
Yeah. So there is like one thing that she starts like kind of muttering as she like starts to get the food in her belly, and the exhaustion of her ordeal starts to take its toll on her. She starts kind of lulling away to sleep, and as she does, you actually hear her mutter the words, "I'll never let you have them, Reinar. I'll never let you have them. Curse you, Reinar.
Ragnar.
Curse you."
That's the name of the guy we were supposed to go after.
Yep.
And it's there that we are going to be calling it for the day.
Ah.
Yes, indeed. It is that time. Unfortunately, I know. But it is a 5-hour stream. We are going to be doing this every single Friday. So, anybody who really, really enjoyed this, be sure to hit the follow button, because we are definitely going to be keeping this up. This is going to be a weekly run campaign here on the channel, and anything that is missed is going to be uploaded onto my YouTube. If any of my 4 players are not able to make it on that day or make it on a Friday for whatever reason, because life does happen, we will be canceling for that day, and I'll probably be streaming something else. It's not a big deal. But I just want to give, first and foremost, give a huge thank you to all 4 of my players. Y'all are absolutely incredible. I love your characters. I love y'all's aesthetics and role playing together.
Yep. Hello.
This was absolutely fun and amazing. I'm actually going to go ahead and turn over this to my players real quick to kind of let them introduce themselves, break down themselves a little bit, talk about who they are, and because there are also a few people here that stream that I also want them to go ahead and take a moment to put out their platform as well. But the first person I'm going to point out to does not stream, but that's okay. We still love him anyway. So, Jen, if you want to go ahead and give us a little about yourself, feel free.
As me, or as D Wolf, or as
However you see fit.
Okay. Well, I do not stream, but I do support Ginger and Pigu as streamers. I just want to thank everybody for being here. There's not a whole lot to say about me, but keep your eye out on Jin. He's got some secrets. He's got the name Jin for a reason.
Interesting.
All done.
All right. Hallmac, the floor
Well,
is yours.
I will might as well introduce myself who I am. I go by William, also known as William Burbine, as my Twitch channel suggests. I am a variety content streamer here on Twitch, and I generally enjoy a good time, and I clearly like as you can see, I clearly like dwarves, and I like to embrace the character of them, as I'm basically playing myself and what I would do in this situation. So, if you want to see more strategy games or anything like that, you can come over to my channel. I will be when I'm live. I try to play some strategy games and some other things that really go along with my style of play. But I am definitely one, and it's also my first D&D game here. So I am
Yay.
just as much as excited as everybody else is. So my first session. So this has been very entertaining.
It's funny too that because like every single campaign that I've ever ran, there's always been at least one person who's never played D&D before. So like to me, this is just like, yeah, I'm used to it by now. It's like I'm used to having somebody not fully understanding like the rules and how dice rolls go or how certain things would interact with other things, and so I'm used to that, and I have no problem with answering any kind of questions that you or anybody else may have. But it is an honor having you here, Hallmac, and I'm so glad that I am able to give you your very first ever campaign. But with that, Demovin, I will pass over the microphone to you.
Me talk about myself? You clearly don't know me. No, I'm good. I'm not gonna self promote. I don't need none of that noise. I do appreciate being here though. Thanks for having me.
And be sure to follow the twitch.tv/bunny or something for more.
Do
we
that,
share
do
the love
that.
here.
All the love. All right. And last but certainly not least, my brother, Ginger. The floor is yours.
Hello, I am Ginger. I'm a variety streamer, although I primarily play either Minecraft or drawing art. For my character, it's actually a character that's been in the works for, oh god, many years. Just never for a D&D setting. And so I'm very happy to get him out into like some version of media out there other than just my silly little doodles. He is my son. I love this character very much.
And I'm very glad to be able to provide a perfect setting for your character to come in. There's a lot of secrets that each of our characters have. They have backstories that we haven't even begun to touch yet. There's a lot of mysteries, a lot of surprises involved in this. Literally, like, what else can I say when their very first encounter was literally a red dragon? Like, come on.
Gregory. He'll go down in infamy.
Gregory the Molten Fury. He will go down in infamy, my friend. And I tell you, it was so hard keeping that like to myself. Like, how many times to Jin and Ginger did I sit there and say, just wait to that first encounter? Just wait. Just wait for that first encounter. I can't wait for it. Y'all are going to shit a brick, and then you're going to be like, what the fuck? And that's exactly what happened, and I'm very happy. So thank you all so very much. We are going to go ahead and wrap up there. Everybody in my chat, don't go too far. We, as always, will be going on a raid. Thank you all to everybody in Discord, or excuse me, in the chat. And thank you all to my players again. Thank you all so much for being here. And we will be back again with this next Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you all again so much, and we'll see you all soon. Thanks
Thank you.
again to my
Bye,
players.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, and yes, where I will also leave it. Unfortunately, I don't really see anybody that we can raid. And so we're probably just gonna save it for some other time. Dogmeat, get down, please. The rats are play fighting, and apparently he's none too happy about it. But yeah, as for here, let's go over to. I do not have the screen anymore. Oh wait, is it this one? Let's see. It is. So yeah, we have the schedule. So, my goodness, Dogmeat. So tomorrow will probably be. Jesus. Tomorrow will probably be hardcore Minecraft, just because we haven't touched that in a while. And then for Sunday, we'll just have to see. But yeah, until then, I want to thank everyone for stopping by. Hope you have a good